All right, everyone. Thank you so much for tuning on in. I wasn't planning on live streaming today. This is a bit of an impromptu. Let me know if you guys can hear me and see me inside the chat room. Shout out to everyone inside the Cookware chat. Appreciate y'all taking the time to tune on in. I had someone post on a video of when I interviewed Mary Ann Lawrence. I can't remember which interview it was, and I should find that out now. Let me go check real quick. And I hope the person doesn't mind me using their YouTube screen name. Their YouTube screen name is at Hope-LEW, Lew. So let me go see which video that was. Actually, it may be difficult to find because I've gotten a whole bunch of messages here. Yeah, give me 1 second. Yeah, it's not coming up here. They posted maybe about 3 hours ago. And after I saw the post, I went back. I'll explain all of this. And then I've been doing a little bit of research leading up to now. I have contacted Mary Ann Lawrence. She hasn't responded back yet, and I'm still waiting to hear from her. But let me give you guys an update on what's going on. And to be honest with you, I don't know what's going on. That's what we're going to be trying to figure out. So let me read to you guys what I posted. And this is an official statement here on my YouTube page. I don't think I replied to at Hope Lew. But I can't remember what video it was that they had posted this on, but it was an interview that I did with Mary Ann Lawrence. So this is my official statement as of right now. Someone with the screen name at Hope-Lew posted the following message, and this is what they posted under that video. That's not a real check. It says at the bottom of the check, disclaimer. This is not a real check. Why would she, and this person is referring to Mary Ann Lawrence, lie about that? And I thought about it. I said, it didn't make any sense because to me, it didn't calculate. And I said, what do they mean by at the bottom of the check, there's a disclaimer? So what I did was I went to go take a look at that check because she sent that to me before we went live. I didn't take the time to look at it or review it or anything like that. And yeah, there is, and I'll show it to you guys in just a moment. There is at the bottom of the check, of the check, it says, this is not a real check. That's what it says. Okay. And it actually says some other stuff though, too. I'll read that to you guys. There's also a number that's associated with that, a telephone number that's associated with that check. I made a phone call and I did research online for that too. Okay. And I'm going to get into that in just a moment. I don't want to get ahead of myself. I really want to find which video it was. Let me find this video because I think I have an idea of the title of the video. That's for anyone for research purposes. If you guys want to go in and take a look, it's a live stream. What was that figure? Figure was 500,000. Yeah, I think this is it, right? No, it can be any one of these. I have. Well, hold on a second. I think it's the long one. I think it's this one right here. Yeah, it's this one right here. Okay, so this video was posted 4 months ago, September 29th, 2025. And this person, let me see here. No, this isn't it because their message isn't popping up here. So it must be on another one where the check is shown. But the check is actually shown on this one too. Yeah, I think so. Let me just scroll through right quick. Or maybe not. This may have been another interview. Anyway, what I'll do is I'll find it and then I'll post a link to that actual video for research purposes. If you guys want to look into it, I'll post it in the comment section for this video after we're done with this live stream. Okay, someone remind me in the chat room. I may forget. Okay, so let me go step by step here. So someone with the screen name at Hope-Lew posted the following message. There's not a real check. It says at the bottom of the check, disclaimer, this is not a real check. Why would she, meaning Mary Ann Lawrence, lie about that? And so if people are unaware, it was what about 4 months ago, I interviewed Mary Ann Lawrence. Actually, I think I interviewed her before that too. But this was an interview that I did with her wherein she alleges that Umar paid out, I think it was $68,600 in a settlement. It was an out-of-court settlement. Yeah, $68,600 settlement. And this was for loss of production costs, pain and suffering, and some other stuff that and I can't remember exactly, but some other stuff that she had referenced. And then when I interviewed her, I actually showed the actual check, and I'm going to show that check right here. I'll be going back and forth between these two screens So give me 1 second. Yeah, I was not planning on live. I was working on a documentary today. I'm into 2012 right now. Here's a screen share. Okay, here we go. And I have 3 shots of this. So this was the first one. If you notice, things are covered up. So I didn't. And then while we were live streaming, I couldn't see all this anyway. But I just pulled it up for just a little bit. But she covers up. I guess I would think whoever sent this check, and then whatever her address would be. And it says paid to the order of Mary Lorient. And then there's a memo thing right here that's covered up. And then there you can see the dollar amount, $68,600. And then it says pay up to $68,600. By the way, someone did say that this could be, and I don't know because it's a legal term. They said it could be a disclosure check. So if anyone knows about that in the chat room, you can make mention of that. Someone posted at length about that. So I'm not quite sure if that's what this is or not. And then at the top, it says this document has a void pantograph, microblading, a coin reflective article waterface in thermochromatic ink. And then at the bottom, you can kind of make out it's you can't see it all that well, but it says receive your real cash offer, call this number right here. Okay, now what I do have is I have this is the back of the check, and then I also have this right here. And if you look here, you can see it better. Can everyone see that inside chat room? It says disclaimer. This is not a real check. To receive your real cash offer, call this number right here. Okay, I called that number. Okay, and I'll get into that in just a moment, but I also researched that phone number too. Okay, I'm gonna get into that in just a moment. And if you guys don't see it for whatever reason, here it is highlighted right here. Well, underlined in red. Okay, now when we did this live, I did not see that. Okay, but after the person posted on my YouTube page, I said, well, let me look into this. And I looked into it and I started doing research right away. This a couple hours ago. So let me finish reading my statement. So someone with the screen name @HopeLou posted the following message. That's not a real check. It says at the bottom of the check, disclaimer, this is not a real check. Why would she, meaning Mary Ann Lorient, lie about that? And then this is what I continue. I said, I took a second look at the check and it says at the bottom, disclaimer, this is not a real check. Okay, you guys saw that. To receive your real cash offer, call this number. I'm not going to read the number here. Okay, I'll call this number today. I actually called that number. All right, I'm going to get into that in just a moment. Okay, so I researched the phone number on the check and found that the number is associated with common fake check or unsolicited cash offer marketing tactics. Okay, so it could be either or, right? And I have a degree in cybersecurity, so this type of research I can do. Okay, and again, I should have done it in the beginning, but when we covered the check, it was really, really quick, and I didn't think to go back and look. Okay, so that's my bad. So I researched the phone number on the check and found that the number is associated with common fake check or unsolicited cash offer marketing tactics. And this kind of ties to some of the other research that I found, and I'll get into that in just a moment, which are frequently identified as scams. Okay, now this doesn't mean that this is a scam. Let me read this. I have forwarded all of my findings, at least up to that point, because I found some more stuff over the last hour and a half or so, almost 2 hours. I have forwarded all of my findings to Mary Ann, and I'm waiting to hear back from her. Okay, and I haven't heard back from her. Listen here, I will be asking to see a copy of the actual check, the law firm documents, and a deposit slip to confirm the legitimacy of Mary Ann's claim about receiving a settlement in the amount of $68,600. I think that that's fair. Okay. Again, the integrity of my platform is important to me, and I think that that's fair to ask. Okay, and it shouldn't be an issue. It really shouldn't be an issue. And then hear me on this. As of right now. Okay, and I typed this out a while ago, but even still, even with the additional research that I've done, as of right now, and I want people to hear me on this, I am giving Mary Ann the benefit of the doubt. Okay, however, I'm holding myself accountable for not properly analyzing the check during my September 29, 2025 live stream. So that's the date. If you guys want to find that particular live stream, it was September 29, 2025. So September, October, November, December, January, February. So roughly almost 5 months ago. Okay. So I want to apologize to everyone for that. Everyone started Cook Crush Chat for not looking into it. But again, I need to hear back from Mary Ann Lorient. I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt in the meantime. And then I conclude with, I will also issue a public retraction, and this is a standard for me. I'll also issue a public retraction and public apology if I do not receive clear corroborating evidence proving Mary Ann's claim about receiving a settlement in the amount of $68,600. I will update you as soon as I hear back from Mary Ann Lorient. Now, if I hear back from her, let's say later tonight, then tomorrow I'll come on and update you, or tomorrow I'll update you guys. Okay, but I haven't heard back from her yet. And then I'll say peace. All right. Okay. Now, the phone number, I called the phone number. And when I called the phone number, it went to voicemail. And I'm not going to say the guy that it's a male, it's a voicemail with the male's voice on it, but they didn't give their name. But the company is called Legacy Home Buyers. All right. So let's go through this real quick. I went to the website too, but I don't want to go there. I want to show you guys the Better Business Bureau, because that's one of the things you always want to do. You want to take a look and see, complaints and all that kind of stuff. So this is Legacy Home Buyers. They have an office out there in Ohio. You can see it right here about this business, Legacy Home Buying, a real estate agency in Cleveland, Ohio. BBB accredited it's been accredited since September 20th of 2024. It's been in business for 2 years, right? And I redact the phone number. There's a different phone number here than the one that's on that check. And then also redacted the address here as well. Okay, I redacted quite a few things just for cybersecurity purposes. So products and services, Legacy Home, let me scroll in. Legacy Home Buyers is a real estate company specializing in the acquisition of residential properties for cash and offer homeowners a solution to sell their homes quickly and conveniently regardless of their condition or situation. Again, this is the phone number that's on the actual check. Okay. Business details, BBB serving Greater Cleveland, and they filed with the Better Business Bureau March 28th of 2024. And the business started November 17th of 2023, and it's a sole proprietorship. I redacted names here. This business is in an industry that may require professional licensing, bonding, or registration. BBB encourages you to check with the appropriate agency to be certain any requirements are currently being met. BBB records show a license number. I redacted the license number just to be okay. For this business issued by Ohio Department of Commerce, the expiration date of the license is January 29, 2024. Okay, and then I redact a whole bunch of names and phone numbers and the like. Okay, so this is the business that's associated with the phone number that's on the check. I have no clue what's going on. It doesn't make any sense to me. Okay, but I'm giving Sister Mary Ann Lorient the benefit of the doubt, and I'm going to wait to hear back from her. At this point, I'm undecided. I just don't know. Someone said that it could be a disclaimer check, but if it's a disclaimer check, wouldn't that be coming from a law firm as opposed to Legacy Home Buyers? Why would that phone number be on there? I mean, I even thought that is it possible that phone number in the past was associated with Legacy Home Buyers, but it's being used by someone else now or some other company now? I don't know. That's not likely. Okay. Again, when I went on here, the number that's here that's set on the Better Business Bureau is different from the number that's on the check. Okay. Again, I don't know. I also want to bring up one other thing in my research that I found that is a bit concerning. And here you guys go right here. So there is also a Legacy Home Buyers LLC. And when I did research into this company, there's a lot of issues dealing with scams. Okay. And then it also says this business is not BBB accredited. Find BBB accredited businesses in home buyers. Now, the reason I'm bringing this up is because it's an LLC. When I called the phone number on the check, it didn't. When the voicemail came on, it doesn't say Legacy Home Buyers LLC. It just says Legacy Home Buyers. That's it. Okay, so I would think that these are two separate companies. Okay, again, I could do more research to find out. Let me go ahead and scroll down. This company, it filed with the BBB March 18th of 2020. The business started January 21st of 2019. It was incorporated January 21st of 2019. It's a limited liability company, LLC. Okay, and again, the BBB accreditation and rating, it's not accredited. Okay, so that's a bit concerning. All right, and then there's some reviews right here. At the bottom, it says this company has called me for last 4 years. I've told them repeatedly to stop calling me. Now, again, this is Legacy Home Buyers LLC, not to be confused with Legacy Home Buyers. All right, so that's pretty much all I've gotten research into. I'll be doing some more tomorrow. I think the most important thing is to wait to hear back from Marianne Lorient. I just want to put this out there because it is concerning. It is concerning, and I apologize because I didn't even take the time, and I should have. I didn't take the time to look at the bottom of that check. She may have a perfectly acceptable explanation on this, but we'll have to wait to see. And if there is no perfectly acceptable, and in my opinion, it has to be logical and reasonable explanation, then I have some apologizing to do. Okay, and I will do that. Not only will I apologize to you all, I'll get up here and I will apologize to Umar too. Okay, just to be clear. All right. There is a poll question. I don't plan on being here much longer. I wouldn't even plan on live streaming. But let me just check this poll question and see what you guys' thoughts are, and then we'll wind this down. Okay. So here's the poll. And again, I'm giving Marianne Lorient the benefit of the doubt. What do you think about the check? 10% said it is legit. 26% says that it is suspicious. 20% said it appears to be fake. And then 44% said, I don't know yet. I'm with that 44%. I still need to do some more research. And again, she may have a perfect explanation for all of this. TJ says it's concerning, but let's give her a chance. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. And then also James says, Lenon, your integrity is unmatched. Real men take accountability. Yeah, well, the thing is that we went over it so fast, but even still, I should have taken the time to look into it. And if I had looked into it before, I would have asked her when I actually interviewed. I said, well, why does it say that at the bottom is that it's not a real check? And again, they gave this whole big breakdown. I should pull that up and read that to you about how this could be a disclaimer check, but it just wouldn't make sense for it to be a disclaimer check when the phone number associated with that check goes to a company that's not a legal. It's not like associated with law. It's dealing with real estate. So that to me, it just didn't make any sense. But again, I don't know the law like that. The person who put that message in there looked like they knew what they were talking about. Okay, if they want to come on and tell me and explain to me, they're welcome to do so. So thank you, James, for the kind words. I appreciate that. And yeah, I will hold myself accountable 100%. Okay, if this goes left. Okay, I don't anticipate it going left, but if it does, then hey, it is what it is. I got to hold myself accountable. Okay. Okay, that's all I got, everyone. I hope that everyone had a wonderful Thursday. And again, tomorrow, what I will do is, if I hear back from her, I'll report back to you guys. If I don't hear back from her, and then maybe it's over the weekend sometime, whenever I hear back from her, whatever that day is, I'll get back on here and I'll give you guys an update on everything. I'll be doing some more research into this too over the next couple of days to see what else I can find. But again, like I said, I'm giving Sister Marianne Lorient the benefit of the doubt as of right now. Someone had asked too, I think it's a great question. They said, well, let's say that this check it's bogus. And I thought to myself, well, it could be two things. Okay? If it is bogus, it could be that Umar and his legal team, that they're doing some things that are shady. I mean, that's possible, knowing Umar. The other thing, though, is that it's also possible that the check is bogus, and not because Umar sent it or his attorney sent it, but because, and again, I'm giving her the benefit of the doubt, but it is possible that maybe the check was fabricated, or maybe the check is associated with something else that's not even associated with Umar. That's possible. Okay. My job is to get to the truth, and I'll continue to do research. And again, like I said, if I get word back from Marianne Lorient over the next couple of days, I'll report back. If I don't hear from her, then hey, y'all know what it is. Okay. AA is for A says, y'all need to get them likes up quick or chat. Now pay me on PayPal. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? That's wild. Okay. All right. Thank you guys. Now here's the thing though. The Scrub Daddy thing, that's already been verified though. That's already been verified. So however this plays out, I just want to be clear about something. Umar trying to scam her and steal her intellectual property, that's already been verified. I've already seen the receipts on that. Okay. Receipts on her current case, or the case prior to that with the class action lawsuit, I haven't seen any of that. Okay, I'm just want to be clear here. Scrub Daddy situation, that has been verified. Okay, that did take place. What I thought about though too is, if Umar, let's say that Umar, and I'll tell you, this Umar Johnson saga is crazy. It's always something. Anyway, if y'all been around long enough, it's always something. Let's say that Umar Johnson, the check that was sent, it was in bad faith, and it's more like a scheme. I don't know. Okay, I'm just throwing this out there. Well, then what about the behind the scenes footage? It should be released. See, but I don't know. I really don't know. Yeah, I've been in this Umar Johnson saga for a long time, and I've seen a lot. I've seen a lot. And this right here, it confuses me. Again, I got to do more research. And as I get more information, I'll update you guys. Okay. Dr. Nene says, Lenon, I received multiple checks similar to this one. It is junk mail for a home equity loan or line of credit. Well, that would make sense based upon what that phone number goes to. But then the question becomes, why would Marianne Lorient show that? And that's what listen. If it goes left like that, I'm up here right away apologizing to you guys. I'll be apologizing to Umar Johnson followers, and I'll be apologizing to Umar Johnson. I mean, listen, again, I give her the benefit of the doubt, but I've been at this a long time, and I've seen a lot go down. I have. But like I said, Umar trying to scam her, yeah, trying to steal intellectual property, all the stuff that he did up over there when he was out there, okay, that's been verified because I've already seen all the receipts for that. That includes him trying to sue her for $500,000. Okay, she's shown me all of that. Did she show me that? I got to go back and look at my receipts. Everything else she showed me, I thought she did. I got to go back and look at all these receipts, y'all. Yeah, and I'm tempted to do it now, but it'll take a while. And I shouldn't do that though on air anyway. I need to sit down and go through everything. What I can say with absolute certainty is that the Scrub Daddy situation that happened, that's been verified. That Umar going out there and him trying, because he didn't want to sign the contract, that's been verified. Him trying to steal her intellectual property at the end, that's been verified too. Yeah, no, I think she did. She did verify with me about him trying to sue her. But the class action lawsuit, I haven't received any documentation on that. I remember I'd asked her if that was going to be available online and when was it going to be available online. And yeah, I don't think she responded to that. And then the more recently, she talked about how there's a investigation taking place with the feds or something to that effect. But I haven't seen any receipt for that, and I haven't talked with her. It was maybe a week prior. No, that's not true either. Yeah, I got a lot to look into. Yeah. Anyway, someone has said that the Scrub Daddy didn't have it. No, that happened because I already got all the receipts on that. These other things though, we'll have to wait and see. You know, I'm always fair, and I like to give people the benefit of the doubt. And I don't know. We have to wait and see. I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt, and we'll go based upon my communication with her. And if she doesn't communicate with me, then I'll know what it is, and I'll know what I'll need to do. Okay, I apologize to y'all one way or the other because this is something that should have been addressed months ago. Right? I just didn't see it. Okay, and thank you, Dr. Nene. I appreciate it. Thanks for the soup chat. Sharif says cult members can't be trusted. They are like battered wives. They will vent and complain, but run right back to the abuse. So I guess what you're suggesting is that maybe she's in cahoots with Umar. I, I find that hard to believe. Is it possible? Yeah, I guess it's possible. I just would say that it's highly unlikely. What I think about Sharif is that Umar has not said her name. And the question becomes, why not? I assumed, and I think it was rational, that the reason why he didn't want to say her name is because he didn't want all the information to come out dealing with the sexual exploits, where that is with the women on set or the scrub daddy situation. The scrub daddy situation, that's been verified. Um, that's what I assumed. Whereas when Lene comes out, because there was intimacy involved, he says her name and that's what he goes for. He attacks her on that level. But he doesn't do that with Sister Lene. I mean, excuse me, he didn't do that with Sister Marianne Lorient. And then the what I assumed it was because of the nature of their interactions was business. And so Umar didn't have a leg to stand on. What could he say? That's what I thought. Again, like I said, I will be back up on here as soon as I can to give you guys an update one way or the other. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I'm giving her the benefit of the doubt. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Sharif, for the super chat. Boy, anyone who's been around with this Umar Johnson saga for a while, it's always something. And again, this may be nothing, but I'll tell you guys, I don't feel good about it. That's why I'm on here. I don't feel good about it. And I can only be honest. Anyway, we'll see. You know, time always tells the truth. Thanks, Brother Sharif. TJ says she opened up her home to us, created her channel, also had multiple receipts on other issues of Umar. It's hard to think she's not. Yeah. Again, I'm not saying that she is. I'm just saying that it's concerning and that I need verification and I need an explanation, and it needs to be legitimate. And if she provides that, and she shouldn't have a problem providing that, and you know, we keep it moving. If she's unable to provide that, well, then that's a whole nother conversation, and I know what I have to do. Okay. And listen, I helped her to get started on YouTube. So I don't want to think that somehow this is some, left field type of stuff going on. I don't want to believe that. But like I said, time always tells the truth, one way or the other. I helped her to get started on YouTube. You know, I promoted her. I encouraged people here on my YouTube page to subscribe to her. You guys remember that? And I rarely do that because I've been burned so many times in the past. Maybe that's the fucking lesson. And I'm not saying anything one way or the other at this point, but you guys will be amazed at how many people I helped and put on that turned on me over the years. And I've said it many times. I said, my heart is to help, but that sometimes that can get you in trouble. And I'm not saying that that's the situation here. What I'm saying is that I promoted her channel. I encourage people to subscribe. And if anything goes left, then I have to hold myself accountable. And I will do that. Again, and you're right, TJ. There are receipts that verify other things and things that she sent me. Some of the stuff I haven't even shown to people. Same thing with Lene. There's stuff she sent me that I never showed. But I have to talk with her first. I give her the benefit of the doubt as of right now. Okay. I don't feel good though. I don't feel good about any of this. Really don't. Giannis says, just got here. What happened? Yeah, so there's a person that posted a comment on my YouTube page earlier today. And I'll reread this day. We got 1,200 people here now. Shit. Sometimes I just feel like I just need to just stop. Just focus on the documentary and just, fuck all this. Not to be like that, but it's always something. It really is. It's always something. And the documentary, it's enough. I put enough time into that anyway. Uh, I shouldn't be thinking like that, but I'm just saying. Let me read this to you, Giannis, real quick. This is my official statement. I post this on my YouTube, and I apologize, people. I apologize. Someone with the screen name at Hope Lew, Lew, and I don't remember ever seeing this person or anything like that. And they posted the following message: "That's not a real check. It says at the bottom of the check, disclaimer: this is not a real check." Why would she lie about that? And when she says she's talking about Marianne Lawrence. This is in reference to a video, a live stream that we did months ago, last year, where I was interviewing Sister Marianne Lawrence, and we were talking about her settlement, which was for $68,600. Settlement, yeah, $68,600, where Umar allegedly paid out that amount to Sister Marianne Lawrence, and then she asked me to pull up the check. Copy. It's like and I'll show it to you guys. Here, I'll show it to you guys. Yeah. So this is the check right here. 68,600 paid to the order of Mary Lorient, and then everything else is redacted, so you can't see anything. But there is something at the bottom. You see this right here, and this is what the person was pointing out. I didn't see it when we were live stream. We went through this so quick. This is the back of the check. And then it says here, disclaimer: this is not a real check to receive your real cash offer. Yeah, this does not look good. Okay, I can only be honest. Call 216. I ain't gonna read the number. And if you guys don't see it, that's this right here. Well, I called the number, and it went to Legacy Home Buyers, and it went straight to voicemail. And there's a male that answers the phone, and says leave a message, and it's dealing with real estate. Again, someone said that it could be a disclaimer check, and they gave like all these legalities and all this stuff. But I said to myself, if it's a disclaimer check, then why wouldn't the phone number go to some legal entity, meaning something like, a law office? Well, that's not what it is. And I did the research. I'm going to spend some more time digging into this. I don't know what's going on. Okay, and I don't like how it feels. I don't. I'm tapping my foot right now, Lord Jesus. So people have questions. I have questions. And let me finish reading my statement here. So I took a second look at the check. And right after they posted this, I went and I looked at the check, and it says at the bottom, disclaimer: this is not a real check to receive your real cash offer. Call, and then the number's there. Today I called, like I said, I called, and then I also put the number in, and I researched the phone number on the check, that's on the check, and found that the number is associated with common fake check or unsolicited cash offer marketing tactics. And that would make sense if it's a, let's say, and I'm just throwing this out there hypothetically, I'm giving her the benefit of the doubt. Let's say that this company, Legacy Home Buyers in Ohio, sent her a check. It was a cash offer for as a marketing tactic. I don't know, to get her into, I don't know, to refinance, or if she wants to do home improvement, or whatever the case may be. You guys understand what I'm saying? And again, I'm just throwing this out there. Well, it would make sense for them to send a check like that. It's like when you get checks, and they'll say, if you're interested in this offer, respond. Sometimes you'll get that for credit cards. Okay, but if that's the case, that has nothing to do with Umar Johnson. And if that's the case, I have some apologizing to do. So this is what my research shows, and I didn't go all in. I went in as quickly as I can before the live stream started. The phone number itself is associated with a common fake check or unsolicited cash offer marketing tactics, which are frequently identified as scams. So again, this type of thing we studied when I was pursuing my degree in cybersecurity and computer technology, but the cybersecurity part in particular. That's why this does not feel good. It doesn't look good either. And then I go on to say, I have forwarded all of my findings to Mary Ann, and I'm waiting to hear back from her. Okay. And then I hadn't heard back. Let me go check real quick. Maybe she's responded. again, like I said, I'm giving her the benefit of the doubt. She may have a perfectly rational explanation for this. No, she hasn't yet. Yeah, and I sent this to her about four o'clock, something like that. Yeah, I'm not going to read to you guys what I wrote to her, but um, anyway, let me do something real quick. Yeah, I had this picture pop up on my Facebook timeline of me and my daughter. I look horrible. What in I'm sorry. Anyway, and this was many years ago, and just because I've been anyway, let me just download this because I don't think I actually have this archive. Yeah, it's birthday month this month. That's why I couldn't live stream as much as I wanted to this week. Um, okay, let me just say this real quick. Well, that's a good reminder, though. Yeah. Okay, so I have forwarded all my findings to Marianne, and I'm waiting to hear back from her. I will be asking to see a copy of the actual check because that doesn't seem like it's the actual check. Again, someone said it could be a disclaimer check. Okay, well, I need to see an actual check, law firm documents, because there should be some sort of documentations associated with that settlement. And she never showed that to me, and I didn't think to ask because she had shown other stuff. And a deposit slip to confirm the legitimacy of Mary Ann's claim about receiving a settlement in the amount of $68,600. If she sends me all that, and I'll take a look at it, I'll analyze it, and if it's all good, I'll report back. I wouldn't show it to you guys just for cybersecurity purposes, but I will report back and I'll let you guys know. Right. On the other hand, if she doesn't, then I got some apologizing to do. And then as of right now, I'm giving Mary Ann the benefit of the doubt. However, I'm holding myself accountable for not properly analyzing the check during my September 29th, 2025 live stream. So you guys can check that out when you have some time. September 29th, 2025. I will also issue a public retraction and public apology if I do not receive clear corroborating evidence proving Mary Ann's claim about receiving a statement in the amount of $68,600. I will update you as soon as I hear back from Mary Ann. Lorient, peace. And that's it. Yeah, I don't feel good about this though. I have to be honest. Okay, thank you, Giannis, for the super chat. Gonzo Princess, I believe for everything she said. Okay, and again, that's perfectly fine. But I'm just saying, Gonzo Princess, that I've been at this a long time, and again, the stuff that I mentioned before, she provided receipts on that. Same thing with Lene. There's stuff that she provided receipts on. You know, um, and based upon that, I can make factual statements, but I have to maintain. Listen, I can't be put in a situation. Let me explain this to you guys quick. Fuck. Now I think about it. There's someone many years ago that came forward on my platform. I ain't gonna say no names, and shared information about Umar. And the information was legitimate. It was. They had receipts and everything. And they asked me to promote them in their business. And like I said, I'm the kind of person, if I can help, I'm going to help. People help me. They've helped my family. If I can help, I will help. If I can, I can't do it. But if I can, I will. That's how my heart is. But that don't mean that it's wise all the time. Okay, that's the lesson that, and I'm not putting this on with the current situation, but I've struggled in my life learning that lesson. That's what I'll say. I even hate talking about the shit. I promoted this person's business, and people, because I promoted this person's business, they went to this person for services. A month and a half, 2 months later, I start getting emails from people talking about how, they sent this money And then the person started on the surface and then asked for more monies. They sent them some more. And see, this is based on the strength of me and me promoting the person and how I operate my platform. I don't get into all of this, back and forth shit. I don't do all that. I ain't got time like that. So, and there's a reason why, because I have to maintain integrity. Like I said, I don't lie on Umar. I'm not going to do that. People lied on me. I don't like how that feels. Why would I do that to someone else? I wouldn't want them to feel that way. So I started getting emails from people and they were like, hey, listen, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to tell you, but this is what's going down with this guy or girl. So I reached out to the person. I said, hey, listen, my name is on this. I promoted you. What's going on with this? They didn't respond. Sent them more messages, didn't respond. Sent them more messages, didn't respond. So I went back to these people individually. This is all through email. We didn't communicate on phone or text, nothing like that. I said, hey, listen. Let me help you. I'm going to try to get you your money back. Let me help you with this because my name's on it. Okay. Again, I'm not involved with the business dealings, but because I promoted this person. I ain't never told. There's a lot of stuff people don't know about behind the scenes that I've had to deal with. Got to learn the lesson. So I remember I sent emails on behalf of each of the individuals that contacted me to this person, and I said, hey, listen, I've spoken with the people who are talking about the money situation here, and they haven't received the service. And I've given them information where they can contact the FBI. They can file a complaint with the Better Business Bureau. They can go to the local police department. What do you want to do? Well, the next week, they got their money back and they emailed me and thanked me. It's my belief that and it really was a threat. That's what I was doing. Could I have handled it differently? Probably. But my name was on it, right? I'm quite sure that if I didn't respond or send that message while I'm threatening on that level, I'm sure this person would have kept the money and didn't finish with the service. I'm quite sure of it. So the point that I'm getting at here, God, little princess, is I've been around a long time with this, and I've dealt with a lot of this, and I've seen a lot of people come and go. A lot of people. And what I've learned, well, shit, maybe I haven't learned. Maybe that's the problem. Okay. God's little princess, when right now, Marianne Lorient, I give her the benefit of the doubt. It just doesn't look good, and it doesn't feel good either. I think part of me I don't feel good because I done been through stuff like this where it did go left. Okay, this may go right and everything's good. I'm hoping for that. I'm praying for that. We just have to wait and see. I'm waiting to hear back from her. Okay. Thanks, God's little princess. Again, like I said, stuff's been verified. I can tell you guys that with the utmost integrity that when it comes to the Scrub Daddy situation, that took place. When it comes to Umar trying to steal her intellectual property, that took place. When it comes to Umar trying to sue her, initially he was trying to get her intellectual property, but then he goes to the 500,000. From the best of my knowledge, I thought she did show me that. I thought she showed me the paperwork. I'll ask for that too. Okay, if I'll go back into my receipts and I don't see it there, I'll ask for that too. But this right here, I need evidence to prove what I posted here was clear corroborating evidence proving Marianne's claim about receiving a settlement in the amount of $68,600. And if she able to do that, great. If not, then I know what I need to do. Okay. Thank you, God's little princess. Can you call? No, I wouldn't do that. I'm not about trying to put people on the spot like that. I don't think that that's the appropriate way to do things. Again, I texted her. I'm waiting to hear back. I think that that's fair, and I'm giving her the benefit of the doubt. All right. Thank you, Maddie Matt. What kind of name? I'm trying to be hopeful. No, I really am. you know. Let's see. What is this? DB? Yeah. Have you cross-checked everything? Now, no. What I need to do is I need to go back and go look at. I want to go see about the $500,000. Uh, she alleged that Umar tried to sue her for $500,000. I thought she showed me paperwork on that, but it could have been it could have been something else. I'm going to go through my files. I ain't gonna have time tonight. Well, maybe I'll just have to do it. And review all of that. And then if it's not there, I'm going to ask for documentations on that too. And I think that it's fair. I mean, is it? I don't think that it's inappropriate in this situation. I don't. Let me see what this is. Oh, okay. Yeah, let me see if my son is still here. All right, thanks, DB, for the super chat. Dowell says, more questions than answers. This is sad. On another note, any update on the school inspection? I haven't heard anything on the school inspection. Umar hasn't updated anyone on that. It's just, how did you bring up Umar? Umar has not said anything about Sister Marianne. And that's the other thing. If this goes left with this check, then Umar would have known that, right? Well, see, this is the thing. If this goes left, and this is what I don't want to believe, that Marianne Lorient, that the check is associated with something else, and she knows that, and she knowingly posted it and showed it as if this was coming from Umar and his lawyer. Okay, that's a whole separate thing. I'm talking about if that is the case, wouldn't Umar just have come out and stated that, and wouldn't he be able to sue her for that? It's just. Again, a lot of questions, not many answers right now. Right? Thank you, Alda. And I wish I had more. I wish I did. I'm just as confused by this as probably you guys are, and maybe even more so. Okay, thank you, I will do for the super chat. I appreciate it. TJ says, come on now, she's been a stand-up lady. You're right. That's why I'm giving her the benefit of the doubt. But at the end of the day, we have to go based upon the receipts, and if she's able to provide the appropriate receipts, then we good. But again, on the other hand, if she's unable to do that, and I don't think that it's unfair to expect that at this point, based upon what Hope Lou was saying, I don't think it's unfair to expect that. To say, hey, listen, you can just show this to me right quick, and if it show it, then okay, we're all good. Okay, we'll move forward. In fact, if she does do that, I'll issue a public apology to her for even. But again, at the end of the day, I have to do this to protect my own channel's integrity. You guys see the conundrum here? But if she's able to provide all that, we good, and I'll issue. Listen, I'm sorry that I even had to ask this. Okay, but I have to protect my own integrity. Right? I'm really big on that. I am. Okay? But yeah, you're right, and we'll have to wait and see. Okay? We'll have to wait and see. I don't think my son's home. Let me see. So I'm sorry. I apologize, everybody. Yeah, my wife, she left with some of the kids. So I don't even know who's home right now. Anyway, okay. I need to hold on one second. Okay, hold on. Let me just text. Okay. Thank you, TJ. Ms. Vernica says, this is really deep, but regardless of the outcome, I would like to commend you for your due diligence and stand-up character as always. Well, thank you so much, Ms. Vernica. It just doesn't feel right, and it doesn't feel good either. And I'm not the kind of person that no, well, I can't say that. Let me explain something to you guys about me. You know how they say that there are people who are empaths? I'm like that, but in a weird way. So let me explain real quick. For whatever reason, when people are real joyful, I can feel it. but not strongly. You know, like, okay, yeah, you know, now when we telling jokes, that's a different thing because that's humor. But I'm talking about just in the everyday world. You know, I remember one time at my old job, we had gotten some good. I had gotten this accomplishment. I can't even remember what it was, but that day, my manager and then the person over that whole area, they came to acknowledge that, and they had gotten all of the supervisors together, and everyone was like, "Yeah, yeah, yeah," and I was like, "Okay, you know, whatever." And now I felt it, but it wasn't like I was like rah rah with it. Okay, I'm kind of like that. On the downside, though, when people are suffering or when people are in pain, I feel that shit deeply. That's why I can't go to. If I went to someone's funeral tomorrow that I didn't even know, and I see people crying, I lose it. I can't handle, you know, because I tend to feel those types of emotions deeply. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because I don't feel good about this. I don't. But again, I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt, and you know, I'll keep researching this until I hear from her. Okay? I think that that's fair. Okay, is there anyone here who thinks I'm being unfair? Hit the one. I don't think that I'm being unfair at all. I wouldn't even plan on live streaming today. Real talk. It's my daughter. And now my son too. Okay. Thank you, Miss Vernica. The village says, shout out to my confused about boy, y'all crazy. I appreciate it though. Way to lighten up the mood. The village says, shout out to my confused about this situation, Africans. Oh man, I love y'all. That's why I'm telling you guys. That's why the cookie question. I got to get with you guys. Maybe that's why I had to get it, because otherwise I've already been dealing with insomnia. You guys know what I'm talking about. I don't know why. Like the last, I don't know, 3 weeks, almost a month. I don't, for whatever reason. So this. Thank you so much to me. Okay, that's hilarious. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people confused right now. I think, right? Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Yeah, I said if you guys think I'm being unfair, hit the one. Okay, maybe some people think I am. Okay. All right. Okay. And again, we'll get to the bottom of this. Okay. Again, I've been at this for a long time, and there's always I can give you guys another story, but I ain't gonna do that one. I ain't gonna do that one. All right. Shout out to 100% real man. I appreciate you. Okay. Luxa says, it's not fair to put this on Umar. This one is all Mary Ann. And no, I am not in Umar's support. Yeah, that's fair. The thing though, again, like I said, I'm giving her the benefit of the doubt. And like I said, if this goes left, and it may very well go left because I don't feel good about it. And I'm not just saying emotionally, I don't feel good about it. I'm even saying intellectually, critically, that I don't feel good about it because it doesn't make sense. And I've said this to people for a long time. I'm the type of person where I want things to make sense, and I try to make things make sense. Even some of the stuff that Umar says, sometimes I'm trying to make it make sense, and then some of the chat says, "Oh, well, he's lying," and don't do all that because. But that's how I am. So I'm trying to make this make sense, you know. And I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt. Just check my Facebook page. She hasn't responded yet, and hopefully she'll respond sometime tomorrow. And if she does, I'll be back on here. I normally don't live stream on the weekends. Okay. And yeah, you're right. If this goes left and it has nothing to do with Umar, you're right. It wouldn't be fair to put on Umar. And I will be the first one back up on here apologizing to you all and to everyone in Cookie Crush chat. I'll apologize to Umar Johnson followers, and I will apologize to Umar. Yeah. All right. And I think that that's fair too. You know. Thank you, Luxa. I try to be fair. How's it going? Super Complicated says, so is there even a current investigation for Umar? Now I'm questioning everything we've been told. Listen, I don't know. I've never seen any paperwork associated with the legalities that's been brought forth. Okay, the other stuff, yeah. I mean, I can pull it up and show you guys right now. Like I said, Scrub Daddy went down. Listen, if I didn't see the behind the scenes footage, is it possible that that doesn't exist? I mean, it's possible, but that would be way, way left. And if it does exist, and this, let's say for some reason, Umar, he sent this fake check or whatever, well, then that would give her full rights to legally release it, release the footage. That's what I would do in this situation. If that's what it is, I don't know what it is. I'm sorry, it's complicated. I don't know. I haven't received any, I didn't see any paperwork. I haven't even covered it. You guys, I don't know if you guys noticed that. And that's why I was saying things like, I won't be speaking on the legal stuff that's going on behind the scenes because I haven't seen the paperwork on any of that stuff. Right? But even still, with this situation, you know, I should have seen that, and I should have asked about that. And she may have a perfectly logical explanation, but when I'm thinking about this critically, I don't see what as anyone else can any, because again, someone was saying again, it's a disclaimer check. Yeah, okay, but that ain't got what that got to do with this. Anyway, I'm sorry. I don't know what to say. All right. So yeah, we'll see how this goes. If it goes totally left, then yeah, we need to question some things, and I will get up here and apologize, like I said, and then we can revisit receipts to prove what exactly took place on other issues. But right now, this settlement doesn't make sense. But again, simply complicated. This is the thing. This is how my mind works. If this is going to go left and this is a fake check and she knows about that and she's in on that, then why did Umar call her out for it? You know what else? What else though? James told me something. Umar did an interview. Man, I'm telling you, this Umar Johnson saga is crazy. It's always something. James you probably thought about this. But James said that Umar did another interview with Big Loon. You know, let me change this battery out right now. Because we ain't gonna have one of them situations on this live stream tonight. Man. Y'all give me a second. I gotta change these batteries out. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. All right. Thank you for your patience, y'all. We got 1,500 people. Thank you guys too for being. I know this is a bit of an unorthodox type of live stream, and I wasn't planning on live streaming. I really was planning on getting some sleep and even if I laid down, I probably wasn't gonna go to sleep anyway. And I go to sleep, but I just wake up and I just been having some serious issues with insomnia. It's been about a month, and I ain't been sleeping right anyway. It's been about 2.5 years, real talk. Anyway, can you guys hear me? Chat room, let me know if you guys can hear me. Let me make sure this is going, because I want to tell y'all what James brought up, because it just came back into mind just now. Okay, there we go. What's up, Eric from tech support? Okay, thank you guys. How's it going, Kiara Kogo, Miss Sticky? Yeah, Fi Taylor, everybody else, thank you so much. So let me tell you all this right quick, and you know, it just came to mind too. Okay, y'all don't make me forget about the Big Loon thing. There were people who, after that situation I told you guys about, this was many years ago too, many years ago. The situation I told you about where there was a person I was promoting their business, and they was doing shady shit, and it reflects poorly on me. That's I'm telling you, because there's been people who said, listen, can we sponsor you for this? And listen, in them earlier days, I would have considered it, but these days, no, because I've been through enough of this. There were people who had asked about that person and was like, hey, listen, I want to see if I can can you get me in contact with them for business purposes? And I'll say, no, I'm sorry, I can't do that. And they'll be like, well, I said, well, really, I can't give you an explanation. I can't do it. You know, now if they had been legitimate with what they were doing, they would have had a whole bunch of business leading up to 2026. Anyway, so Big Loon, James, shout out to James too. James, he contacted me. He was talking about how Big Loon, he interviewed Umar. He's releasing segments, and then there's a longer segment. At some point, we'll get into those probably next week. But he said that there was also a part where, and correct me, is James up in here? James, you still in here? Let me see if James is in here. Yeah. Oh, you saw it. Vonta said that they saw it. Okay. Someone said Valerian root for what you Game of Thrones? What the fuck you talking? What you talking about? Yeah, Vixer, you're right. Yeah, Marianne may be at work right now. That's why I'm giving her the benefit of the doubt. Okay. And somebody said Valerian root for what in the world? You've been watching too much Game of Thrones, but you might be right. I'll look into a Valerian steel. Okay. That's funny. Anyway, that's me. I'm a weirdo like that. So Big Loon. Okay, and I don't know if James is here or not, but anyway, he told me that he interviewed Umar, and then in one of the comments he was talking about how Umar got upset when the lawsuits were brought up. So the reason I'm saying that is someone said for sleep. Okay, Kitwana. Yeah, I'll look into it because I've been really struggling with that. I really have been. And then the other thing, I don't mean to be getting. It's a birthday month, and our children are getting older, and I've been having just sadness because they're getting older, and I don't know what we're gonna do when they fully grown and out the house. I just been really getting sad about that. I hate thinking about it. That's why I'm hoping that we get some grandbabies soon, and no rush, but then we can help with the grandbabies. Anyway, brother James, he was saying that in the comment section, Big Loon was talking about how when he brought up, because it gets heated, and it's dealing with these different lawsuits. Now I don't know what lawsuits are going to be addressed. Is it the one with Sister Lene? Is it the first one with Marianne? Is it the second one with Marianne, or is it all three? I don't know. James may know. I'm not sure. I haven't seen the video yet. But when that video drops, I think that may give us some more insight into all of this, because Umar may make statements about one or all of these lawsuits that may shed light on it. It just doesn't make sense. And again, I'm a person. I'm trying to make it make sense. You guys can tell I'm disheveled. I can only be honest about it. But it wouldn't make sense if Marianne is making claims like this about receiving a $68,000 settlement, and it's not true. Why didn't Umar come out right away and say that? And then wouldn't he just sue her for it? I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Thank you, Simply Complicated. And again, I apologize, people. I've been at this a long time, and like I was saying earlier, I've helped people build their YouTube pages. I've given advice to people, and virtually everyone, okay, not everybody, but virtually everyone turned against me at a certain point or proved to be something other than what they were claiming to be. I've had people that I was rocking with, and they just lying on me, lying on my wife and shit. So anyway, we'll get to the bottom of this. I'm sorry, already. Thank you, Simply Complicated. Kiwana said, could this be a ploy to discredit this movement? It could be. That's the concern. Well, that's one of the concerning parts about it. I've thought about that. I just didn't want to verbalize it like that. I kind of alluded to that. You know, like I said, if I don't even want to go there, bro, be honest with you, I don't, because I'm going to give it the benefit of the doubt. But I thought about it. It's probably what we would call an intrusive thought. But hey, listen, everything's on the table right now until I get clarification, and then I have to see the receipts. What I'm going to ask for is a copy of the actual check, law firm documents, because there should have been some law firm documents associated with that payout, and a deposit slip. And this deposit slip should be for the amount of $68,600. I don't think that that's unfair. And if she hasn't, good. We keep pushing. Okay, but and then if she doesn't, then okay, you know, I have to do what I have to do. I'm gonna tell y'all right now, just so it won't surprise anybody. If this goes left, I'm gonna take down everything where people are coming forward. I'm just gonna take the shit down. And then what I will do is I will focus specifically on finishing up with this documentary and continuing with my reporting on Umar based upon videos that he's released, updated videos. Okay, I'm going to tell you guys that right now in advance. I've been at this for such a long time, and I've gone through a lot. And like I said, I'm not the. I have too much going on in my personal life, and I'm not saying in a bad way. I got 5 kids and a wife. You know, I got a job that's it's been real rough. I'll say it that way. This kind of stuff I don't have time for, and even if I did, I wouldn't spend the time on it. I'll be working on music, or I'll be covering other topics. You know, I've been wanting to do sports, to talk sports. You know, but that's going to be what I thought to do. Okay, depending on how this goes. If it goes way left, then that's what I'm going to do, and then I'll apologize to everybody. I apologize to Umar too. Okay, because I've seen people do that with Umar, where they're, you know, they're making things up, or they're lying on the guy. I've never been someone who's promoted that. You know, I don't like it. And again, like I said, I've had people lie on me for years, and it did not feel good, and it's a horrible feeling. And there are people who ran with that shit. You know, so why would I want to do that to any other human being? I wouldn't do that. I would feel bad for them. I would, even if I did something like that, I would feel bad for them. Anyway, listen, I thought about this, and I don't know the answer to this, Kitwana. I don't. I like to believe that it's a misunderstanding, that's all this is, and that the receipts that are provided, if they are provided, will show that yeah, that there was a payout of $68,600. And then I'm going to also ask for paperwork, and I wouldn't show it to anybody else. It just for me, it's an issue of veracity. You know, I'm going to actually see you know, documentation dealing with these lawsuits too. I think that that's fair. And then, you know, if all is on the up and up, okay, good, we keep going. Right? Yeah, I hope not. Okay, Wano. Victor says, she my auntie and I'm a stick by. Okay, yeah. I mean, everybody has a right to that. You know what I'm saying? She my auntie and I'm gonna stick beside her. As of right now, I'm giving her the benefit of the doubt. Okay, as of right now. Thanks, Victor. And that's the thing about this Umar Johnson saga. It's there's been so much that has happened, and what I tend to do is I tend to stay in my lane, and I focus on the Cookie Crush chat, and I focus on Umar. I don't get caught up on the side quests. But because of the nature of this potentially going left, is something that needs to be addressed, and I got to get to the bottom of it, and I will. Okay, I can make that promise to you guys. All right, thank you, Vixen. TJ says, give it time, Brother Lenon. You are a solid guy. I appreciate that. You know, I try to be. I'm not perfect. Okay, I've made a lot of mistakes. Okay, but I can tell you guys, I haven't got up on here lying. And Umar knows that too. He knows that. See, As I've researched Umar and I've gone into his background, I've gone into his childhood. Listen, I do. I have sympathy for the guy. He's a sad case, but that's how I am. The way I feel things, you know. I don't even know if I ever told people that, but that's how I am. I've always been like that. If people are suffering, it's hard. It's really hard for me, and I don't even have to know them. Animals too, same thing. But then when people are excited, I'm like, okay, it's cool, but is it that big of a deal? Now to them, it's probably it's a big deal. But to me, I was like, okay, yeah, but that's cool. Let's go. Okay, but okay, now if my children, it's different. With my children, if they do, okay, it's like rah rah, great. And then if they're suffering, it's been very at times that's been very difficult for me. Years ago with my son, y'all, I was not well. But that's because I feel uh, pain deeply, and don't nobody want to see their children going through nothing. People joke about it. Yeah, my apologies. This goes for Umar too. I don't want anything bad happen to anybody. Real talk. All right, let me finish this up and get up off here. Thank you, TJ. Christina said, Leonard, you can't beat yourself up, bro, but I understand it's your reputation on the line, but you didn't know. Yeah, I didn't, but the truth is I should have looked more carefully. And again, she may have a perfectly logical explanation for all of this. And if she does, then we'll move forward. And then if she doesn't, then again, like I said, I'll get on here and I'll apologize to people. It just doesn't feel good. And I have to be honest about that. It doesn't feel good at all. Yeah, I didn't know, but again, it's my platform, you know, and it wasn't on the screen long, and I didn't take the time to go back and look, and I should have done that, but I'm going to go back through everything and see what else I can find. In particular, I need to see whether or not she shared documentations for Umar trying to sue her. I thought she did. I think I have that where he tried to sue her. Hey, y'all have to forgive me. I've had a very difficult couple of months, but over this last month, I've just been really struggling with what do they call that? Not is it sleep apnea? So I haven't been sleeping right. I haven't been sleeping right for years though, but because of my job. But I'm talking about more recently. It's just been, maybe that's not the term, sleeping. And the reason I'm bringing it up is because it's been rough and not getting sleep. That's not what it is. That's a breathing thing. It's where you can't go to sleep, or you go to sleep and then you wake up, and you keep waking up. But someone said valerian something. I'll look that up. A valerian root or whatever, or herb, whatever it is. Yeah, and you're right. I didn't know, but I should have. I should have looked into it. I should have, and that's my bad. And I apologize for that. But we'll get to the bottom of this. Okay, and I apologize, everybody. It's been rough, and in this right here, it's a lot, and it just doesn't feel good. It just brings back a lot of other stuff. I brought up my son. I wasn't well. People, one of these days, I'll talk more about that. But it's people who made fun of me. What I've learned is that the way that evil works, it always attacks you when you're vulnerable and when you're weak. And even if it's in the past, that's what evil goes for, you know? Um, and for some reason, this kind of reminds me. I don't know why. It's just that there's some sort of connection here with this whole situation. But hopefully, this all turns out for the good. We'll have to wait and see. Again, I don't want any harm to come to Umar. I don't want people lying on Umar. I don't want any harm coming to Sister Lene, Sister Marianne Lorient. And I'll be praying that all of this works out for the best for everybody. It just doesn't feel good to me at all. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Christina. And I apologize, people, for getting emotional, but it's just it's been tough. You know, and it's not that things are bad. You know, I just want people to be clear about that. It's just yeah, this Umar Johnson saga, it can be perilous at times. Anyone who's been around long enough, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. Thanks, Christina. More how's it going? More thread says, "I'm so sorry this happened, Leonard, but we're not gonna beat ourselves up. We all make mistakes. You've always honest and as transparent as possible." Yeah, I think that's part of what I'm trying to do here. Just be transparent about the situation. Again, I don't know what's taking place, but because I had her on my platform, I think that this is the right thing to do. You know, we'll just have to wait and see. You know, there was a part of me that said, "No, hold off, wait on this. Let's talk to her first." But I know how these YouTube streets can be, you know. And then see, the thing is that Umar, he can get online tomorrow. This is what I was thinking, and be like, "Well, listen, I'll tell you guys right now that I didn't send her a check, and I'm suing her behind the scenes, blah blah blah." And then I know he wouldn't, but if he showed paperwork that he was actually doing that, okay, now what does that do? See what I'm saying? In terms of my credibility, in terms of the documentary that I'm working on with Umar, and I'm very fair in the documentary with Umar. I'm extremely fair. So that's why I have to get up here, be transparent. I got to be honest about how I'm feeling right now. And like I said, I don't feel good. It's triggering. I think that's probably the word right there. It's triggering. You know, and for whatever reason, just reminds me of a lot of the other chaos, and even going back to the situation with my son. You know, and there were people making jokes about that, and this shit's not funny. It's not funny. You know, but I wasn't well back then. You know, I was not good. I'm talking about up here. You guys catch my drift? Most difficult time in my life, and I had a shitty childhood too. But that right there, and for whatever reason, this is a trigger. This situation today. So I can only be transparent. Let me say one other thing before we move on. I'm hoping that I'm not transferring, you know, past traumas onto this potential situation going left. Okay, I'm trying to be fair. I did a little bit of research, not a lot, but a little bit, enough for me to have what I need to do this live stream. But oftentimes what happens is, you know, it can happen. We're in a person that's putting too much on it because it's triggering other things. And I'm hoping that that's not what's taking place here. Okay. Either way, I'm giving Sister Mary Ann Lorient the benefit of the doubt. Okay? I think that that's fair. I think that that's more than fair. Okay? All right. Thanks, more threads. And again, I made a lot of mistakes too. Real talk. You know, that's just in life, even as a father and as a husband. And I've done better. That's for sure. I've done better, and I've been doing better. But anyway, you know, yeah, I've made a lot of mistakes. We'll see how this plays out. And thank you so much for the soup. I hope you're doing all right, sis. Coco says, "What receipt have you seen for 130 situation? If you can answer that, I give her the benefit of the doubt. Whatever way it goes, I roll with you till the wheels fall off. You have done a lot for me. You are real." Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate that, and I love you. Yeah, because I can tell you're a good dude. Well, this is how I thought, because you know, when I was going through all of this, I was saying, I started questioning things, and I think that that's fair too. So, I mean, most of you guys are probably questioning things too, right? But again, I had her on my platform, so I have to do this now. I think it's appropriate, um, because Umar, he could flip this and totally discredit everything that I've done, all the research that I've done on Umar, and I've been very fair with Umar. Haven't lied on the guy one time, with the documentary too. You know, um, so with the Room 130, the way that I looked at it was the claim is that a metrosexual, to use the term. Yeah, there's another term I think would have been used, but I think that that's just more of a I don't know, easier way for it to have been said. Shows up at um, the production of Awaken. Okay, some of you guys may not know this, but before I even had Sister Marianne on, we communicated, and it wasn't over the phone, but we used I think it was Facebook Messenger or something like that, and we got on the phone through Facebook Messenger. That makes sense, and we talked, and we had, well, she mainly talked. We had a long conversation, and she told me the story. You know, she went from the beginning, and she went, and I would every once in a while I would interrupt because I was just letting her go and tell her story, and I was moved by it because there's other people that I've talked with, women that had similar stories, not on this level to where he's trying to sue them for 500, but this is dealing with intellectual property and this kind of stuff, right? But during that conversation, she just happened to mention, you know, she was like, I don't, and I'm just paraphrasing here. I don't, there's something else I don't know what to make of it, but there was this guy that showed up, and I'm gonna tell you what she said. And he introduced himself. I talked with him for a while, and he said that he was there to for Umar. Okay, later on, she expands on the story, but it was just kind of in passing, and she said um, they had a conversation, and it was, the cameras were still rolling, and we weren't recording, and the guy was talking to Umar, and what she said was that the guy was saying, "Can I come through? Can I come through?" And Umar blurts out, as if to hush hush, blurts out that chill on that shit, man. That's what she told me. And I said, and I thought about it, I said, okay. I didn't really think about it, not, not too deeply. So it wasn't until later when I interviewed that she kind of expounded on that. And she also went to the room 130. Okay, she also talked about the young lady that was, and I believe all that too, because I can tell that there's something about there's just with Umar and how he is. But here's the thing, Kogo, to make a long story shorter. And I didn't report on, I didn't play that video because I think it was beyond the scope for my platform, and that's where Mary Ann Lorient, she interviewed the guy that did Umar's hair and stayed the night. And he confirmed that happened. You see what I'm saying? So unless that guy's in on it too, that's kind of like way out there. And that's the only way that I'll be able to say that didn't go down, is if that particular individual is in on it too. I don't think so. But shit. Any of y'all been around with this Umar Johnson saga? We done seen a whole lot of stuff that just went way left. Hit the one. Yeah. So my best estimate, if you will, is that, yeah, that did take place. And the thing is that if she has the behind the scenes footage and that check is fraudulent, then she should release, and it was sent by Umar, she should release the footage. He should. But again, the fact that the guy that she interviewed, he stated that, yeah, that went down. That to me was the confirmation. Yeah. But In life, you never know. You never know. We'll just have to wait and see, and hopefully there is a legitimate um, reasoning, and a simple one too, behind why the check said what it said. It said, disclaimer, this is not a real check. And then there's a phone number on there. And I call it the phone number. And it goes to voicemail for legacy home buyers. Doesn't look good. Doesn't feel good either. And I can only be honest. All right. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you. I love all y'all too. Thank you guys so much, including those y'all who don't you disparage me. You disparage me. You called me gay. I just have to laugh. You said I'm gay. All right. Thanks. Thanks, Coco. All right. Oh, Marianne is here. Okay. Would you like to come on? I don't want to put you on the spot. Let me see. Let me make sure. Yeah, Sister Marianne, would you like to come on and address this? You're welcome to do so. I'd messaged you on Facebook, so I don't know if you're aware of everything that's going on. somebody, don't do that. Y'all tripping. Huh? Okay. Yeah, tell James I said never mind. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, we'll get her on. And I'll get to all the other super chats too, everybody. Um, uh, Marianne, are you able to get to your Facebook Messenger? Because I can send you the link there. Because otherwise, there's going to be other people that's going to jump on, and I don't want to have all of that. The other thing is, if you prefer not to come on, you can just respond to the Facebook Messenger too. That's perfectly fine. Okay, I'm gonna send this to your Facebook. And if you're unable to get on there, I'll put it in the chat. But please, people, please don't spam and get all up in there, please, because I'll just have to block people. Okay, I'll send it to the Facebook. Okay, and then let me. What I'll do is, if you don't come on from that Facebook link, I'll send it in the chat. But I'm going to tell you guys, don't come up on here. Okay, if you come up on here, you're gonna be blocked for life. Yeah, I don't want to put it in the chat. Yeah, I sent her the link. Yeah, so let's wait and see what happens. I'm gonna continue with these super chats in the meantime. Right. Thanks again, Kogo. I appreciate you, bro. AA is for Aaliyah says you mustn't waver. You must and shall still your resolve, albeit a true believer is in doubt. Words from some Pan African. Why you gotta say from some Pan African philosopher? You guys be playing too much. I appreciate it though. I can use it. Thank you guys so much. I'm so glad I found this picture of me and my daughter. They've gotten so big. See, you mustn't waver, you must and shall still your resolve, albeit a true believer is in doubt. Okay. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm still waiting to see if she's gotten the link on her Facebook. Yeah, hopefully she's able to come on. And if not, I'll have to just put it in the chat room. I really don't want to do that. Okay, let me get to some more of these real quick. Dr. Nene says, Lenon, can you show the back of the check again? Yeah, I'll show it. Give me 1 second. So here is, there's nothing on the back of the check though, from what I remember. There's no writing on it, I should say. So here's the back of the check. Yeah, I'm gonna take your super chat off of there. So down here, you can see it says endorsed check here. There's nothing there. will disappear and reappear when rubbing or exposed to heat. I'm reading upside down. I apologize. Do not write sign stamp below this line. That's standard for checks. And then depository bank I can't even read that. Yeah, let me try to flip this. Hold on 1 second. I didn't even take the time to look at that. It says depository bank endorsement. Depository bank endorsement. And then at the top, it just says Federal Reserve Board of Governor region, I guess. All right. Tia says, I'm rocking with you, Lenon. Don't let the enemy win. Yeah, well, the thing is that at the end of the day, it's about Umar, right? That's one of the things I've always been clear on. That's always been the focus. And that will remain the focus. Okay. Crystal said, did FDMG cut the check? No, I don't think so. Okay, it doesn't show that she saw that on Facebook. So listen, I don't want to do this, but I'm going to put it inside the chat. And please, people, do not come up on here. Don't hit the link. Okay, this is specifically for okay, she says, I'm a supervisor at work and everyone's looking at this. Unbelievable. Can someone ask? Oh, yeah, I'll bring it up now. Okay, I'm going to put this inside the chat room. I'm going to say it again. People, do not come on. This is specifically for Sister Mary Ann Lorient. And I hope you're okay with coming on. If you want to do this through a messenger without coming on, you're welcome to do that too. But I just put it in there. Okay. Xavier says, Umar said he created FDMG to uplift Black boys, but he's an embodiment of Black stereotypes, unemployed, criminal, and headed to prison. Yeah, I addressed this inside the last segment of the documentary. Yeah, he epitomizes all of the worst aspects of like negative stereotypes about Black men. There's a lot we can learn from Umar on how not to be. You know, there's things I've learned from Umar just to be a better person, be a better man, you know, be a better father. You know, like my daughter, she came in and she rarely does this, but she came in and sat down right here and just started talking to me. And because she rarely does that, because she liked to be by herself. She like me. She liked to be by herself. And I turned around. I said, what's wrong? She said nothing, because her birthday's coming up. She's like, well, I just wanted to talk with you because she want to talk about her birthday. That's what it was. Well, we start talking, you know, and we sat here. I don't know for how long. You know, we just sat here talking. And that's something that even more recently with Umar, I was like, this guy, he doesn't even care about his own daughter. She's been homeless for many months. Someone brought something else, and Sister Marianne, I put the link in there. Okay, so I'm just waiting for you to come up. Someone that made a really good point too. You guys remember when Umar said that his bank accounts were frozen? You guys remember that? Someone said, because part of Umar's story was, I had a homeboy who reached out to me and needed a couple bucks. You guys remember that? Someone made an important point, and I'm so surprised. I didn't think about it, but it's true. They said, isn't it that's very telling, and I'm paraphrasing, it's telling because Umar's coming up with this story about how his homeboy need money. Meanwhile, he ain't trying to help his daughter who's homeless. Anybody peep that? Anyway, yeah. Thank you, Xavier. I appreciate you. Thanks for the super chat. G Pink says, oh, heck, Miss Mariana on the spectrum. Thought we had a winner. I just threw one of those away for a car loan. Look, just like that. Very bogus. Okay, yeah, but we have to hear her side of the story. That's why I told people in the beginning I'm giving her the benefit of the doubt. Okay, I had posted the link. I'm gonna post it again. See if she comes up. There you go. Oh, I have to pin it? Okay. Oh, I don't even know if I can do that on this end. Hey, how's it going, conservative unicorn? I ain't seen you in a while. Let me oh no, I can't do it from here. I gotta do it on YouTube. So let me get back over here. Yeah, she hasn't hit the link yet. Yeah, I'm gonna put it in again, and this time I'll pin it right away. Okay, and please, everybody else, don't call in, and no one else, ain't nobody called in, so that's good. I appreciate it. Okay, so I pinned it to the top. It should be up there, and we'll wait to see if she comes in. In the meantime, we'll keep going here. Thank you, Old Pink. Again, we have to wait and see. Give her the benefit of the doubt. I think that's fair. Sharif says we all knew Umar didn't have no damn. Yeah, we were asking the question, like, where does he come up with $68,000? Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. We gonna see though, but that's a good point. Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Sharif. Amadou says, Leonard, keep talking with us. Don't go to bed with this. We're all confused and waiting with you for confirmation. Thank you for all you do. Oh, I appreciate that. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to get much sleep anyway. And I didn't get much. I just ain't been sleeping right. It's not sleep apnea. It's just when you can't fall asleep, and then when you do, you wake up shortly after that. And I've been having a real hard time with that recently. Okay, she's on now. Okay, let me. Thank you, Amadou. I'll come back to the super chats in a little bit. Let's get Sister Marianne on here. Okay, Sister Marianne, you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
I sure can. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. So I'm making round, and one of the nurses pulled me aside and told me you need to get on YouTube immediately. You're being sabotaged.
Oh,
Mr. Honor, I have the utmost respect for you.
Thank you.
Okay? I would never do anything that low. You reached out to me. I came on your show and I told everyone my story. You understand? If you guys go to my video, I gave you the check. I had nothing to hide. I gave it to you. You guys go to my video. I said, you know what? We're leery. I'm leery to deposit the check. I will open an account, deposit the check. It's not going into my main institute because he can't be trusted. You understand? That check was given to me through them, Long Shark. I never in my life heard about Long Shark. Yeah, this is how Umar moved. You understand? Tomorrow morning, I will be on camera at Huntington Bank when that money cleared at Chase Manhattan, withdraw, and I deposited Huntington Bank. I don't have any reason to lie. You guys think I would get on public platform and tell you guys he settled with me, and you think Umar Johnson wouldn't have come after me? Come on, family. He can't even say my name. And then for clear, because there's some people, so they're saying everything I said is a lie. Let me give you the detective there, and I'll deal with these white people on my own. Patrick Bishop. That is the detective who is in charge of handling this thing on Umar Johnson. Once it's finished from Cleveland, it goes to Delaware. Detective. It goes to Pittsburgh, Philly, where he lived. Once local investigation is done, it goes to BCI. Listen, I am a person of integrity. When I do my video in my home, sometimes my children are passing in the background. Come on, Mr. Honor, really? This has ripped my heart. This has really hurt. And then there's a pattern. I reached out to you. I said, Mr. Honor, I don't understand what is happening. Kayla, close the door and tell Megan, take the med pass and I'll be there shortly. I'm at work. I'm probably going to lose my job for this. Mr. Honor.
You want to come on tomorrow?
No. We're talking tonight. We got to clear this tonight. Okay. I'm going to give you a Long Shark. Yeah, Umar is a snake in the ground. Umar is a liar.
Okay,
You guys
Marianne,
think let me tell you. Let me tell you.
Marianne,
The reason I had no Miss Honor, I gotta talk. You did your talking, I gotta talk. The reason I said, you know what? I'm telling them about room 130. I brought Devontae. I brought the nigga that was in the room with him. You understand? You understand? And I did reach out to you. I said, Miss Honor, I don't understand what's going on. There's this thing on YouTube that sabotaged me. I had Lene reach out to me privately in text, and then she's publicly displaying our text message. And you're like, Marianne, handle that with her privately. And then there's another YouTube channel who's oh, she's lying this, she's lying that. And I brought an issue that they brought. I said, you know, Miss Honor, I'm a person of integrity. I'm transparent. I will deal with that issue. Did I not share that with you? Yes. So here, they want to know, all of y'all, call the detective. Y'all call headquarters in Cleveland. Patrick Bishop, that's who's in charge. They're coming for Umar. I swear to God, if it's the last thing I do, I'm going to see that justice. You guys think I'm crazy? This man tried to take my house. If he was successful, me and my kids would be out in the street. You think I'm going to come? I don't have, listen, when I turn off YouTube, I'm living life. I have boots on the ground. I make a difference in my community. I don't got to come to lie or prove anything to anybody. But you know what? When I get off this shift, straight to Huntington Bank, I'm hurt. I am really, really hurt. And Miss Honor, I have respect for you. Nobody disrespect your channel. I didn't reach out to come on your channel. You reached out to me and I came. I would have never done something this slow. And I'm sorry, I can tell you're shooken up. I've been in the chat asking somebody, please have him come on. And let me tell you, he got on this YouTube. He's scared shitless. You know why? Because the pressure's on. The pressure's on. That's why. They're coming for him. Now, I don't know if I'm allowed to give who the lead detective. Go ahead. All of y'all like to do your homework research. Go right ahead. Again, Patrick Bishop. Let me spell it. For Cleveland Headquarters Police. Let me spell it. I'm going to say Patrick Bishop. Bishop. Okay? Long shark. Shark. Y'all want to get money like the way Umar did it, like that. I gave you the letters for the attorney. Legal, a valid legal firm. You know how he came at me? Okay, what can you give out of the 500? What can you give out of the 500? And then, if we don't like the number, Umar's going to give you a number. Then we're not discussing. We're taking you to court. We're tearing you down. This is the language they use with me. And y'all want to know why I'm so angry? No, I have integrity. I'm a woman of faith. I have integrity. I ain't got no reason to lie. I ain't got to prove nothing to nobody on YouTube, but I will prove it.
The issue though is the check.
I told you about the check. I sent that check to you. If I had something to hide, would I have given you that check? He went through a long shot with that man in Columbus, that law firm. That check was deposited in Chase Manhattan, and then that money was withdrawn and then deposited to Huntington Bank. I don't have to lie, Mr. Honor. I don't have to lie. Why would I lie? Where's Umar now? Call Umar right now. You call him right now. I'll talk to the bitch. Call him now. Call him now. You got his number.
Are you saying that the check that you showed me that cleared?
They gave me something, and then I told you, I said, listen, I do not trust this man. We went to Huntington. I go to a video. I said, family, this check that they gave us, we are in questioning of the check. Before I got the money, I had to sign paperwork. He went to a long shark. These people are long shark. I don't know. You're talking about real estate. I don't know about real estate. They're long shark. You get money. Let me break it down because someone probably said, what the hell is she talking about? You get money from them and there's a high interest rate. That was Umar them doing. I don't care where the money came from. All I care is I got paid. Okay. And once he paid me, I start moving. I was playing chess with him. I'm like, all right. Now it's on. I've been moving with Umar.
All right. So you're saying that the check.
Sharon, call Becky downstairs and tell her to start the med pass. Thank you, honey. Yeah.
Yeah, so you're saying that the check that you showed at the bottom, it says disclaimer, this is not a real check to receive your real
Mr.
cash
Honor,
off.
I
Hold on,
don't have
let me
the
finish.
physical check. I will go to the bank. I will pull receipt for you
So
because
so
I
the
will
check
pull
that
receipt for you, and I will send you the receipt, and you will show to your viewer. Okay,
so the
some of them thinking, oh, I'm coming for fame. Ain't nobody coming for fame. Ain't nobody coming for fame.
I'm not
I saw
concerned
the
about that.
interview with Lenon with you. I left the message. I didn't read from the day that I got on YouTube. I haven't reached anybody to come on their channel. Every time, if you guys see me on, I've been to 3 channels. Every time you see me on the channel, I was invited. Invited. I have not reached it. And then, Mr. Honor, I share privately channels, high-end channels who've been trying to bring me. And I said, you know what? I'm not gonna get a big head trying to run a no high-end channel.
That's
I
true.
want to. Did I not? Did I not
Yep,
share with
that's
you?
true. That's true.
I said I'm not gonna get a big head, run on big channel. I want to make sure this investigation. I know these people have enough merit. They're going after Umar. Listen, Umar Johnson can't say Marianne Lorient name. He cannot. I come on video numerous. I said, family, he can't say my name. He can't say my name.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
is
let me
there
just
really a lawsuit? Well, I gave you guys the lead detective. So go ahead,
okay.
give them a call.
So,
And they'll probably come knock on my door. They'll probably give me a fine. I don't know if that's allowed, but I just gave it to you. Patrick Bishop, Cleveland
okay.
headquarters. So all of
So
your YouTube channel, especially the one that's trying to tear me down, go call. Go call. There's the challenge. I am
okay.
vexed tonight and I am hurt. And Mr.
Yeah,
Honor, you know what? I would have never done anything to make you look bad. I would have never. I thought you knew me
okay.
better than that. I'm really hurt tonight.
Yeah, and I understand that. I just want to be clear that so the check that you actually sent, that you showed when I interviewed you, you didn't actually cash that check. There's a different check. Is that what you're saying?
No. They gave us a check. I sent a picture of the check to you immediately. And then for me to cash from the long shark, from those people who are long shark, for me to cash, I had to sign the disclosure. The disclosure is for me not to show the behind the scene. That's what he paid me for. And they throw a little bullshit extra in there. They try to pay me for therapy. Listen. You think Umar don't look at your channel? Kiss my ass, Umar Johnson. Kiss my ass.
All
You
right.
think
So
you don't look at your channel? Are you
yeah,
kidding me right now?
are
Are
you
you
familiar
kidding
with
me right now?
yeah, are you familiar with
Okay, here it is. I gave you a fake check. Let's see Umar come and get me for fake check. Let's see about that.
yeah, are
He's
you
going
familiar?
down, family.
Okay. Let me just ask before we get off. Are you familiar with legacy home buyers?
I don't know what that is. What are you talking about? I don't know what is that.
Yeah, so on the check there's a phone number and I called
I
that phone
gave you the
number.
check. I don't know. I didn't have anything to hide. I'm the one who gave it to you. I'm the
Okay,
one
if
who
I
gave it to you.
yeah,
They're
if
long shark. They're
okay, if I
long shark.
yeah, okay, so if I can finish though, there is a phone number on the check. I called the check. I called the phone number, and when I called the
Okay.
phone number, the person who answered, they answered with, "This is legacy home buyers. It's real estate." Are you familiar with any of that?
I don't deal with no legacy. I'm a homeowner. I've been in my home 27 years. My studio, I own my studio 10 years, long before I crossed paths with Umar Johnson. I don't know nothing about no legacy. My studio is paid for, family. There's no mortgage on my studio. You understand? Umar's a snake. And you know what? I don't know who's behind this. I don't know who started this evil. Or I don't know if it's somebody who thinks they're high, they read something, they ran with it. Masani, I'm a woman of integrity. I would not come on here and lie. Y'all think I would come out with room 130 and it would be a lie? Umar wouldn't raise all hell? Y'all think I would have come out and tell you guys he put that girl out at 4 o'clock in the morning? Umar wouldn't come out and raise no hell. Come on, family, stop.
Yeah.
When
So
I
Miss
do the video, I open my home. I'm transparent. I don't have no
yeah
reason to lie.
yeah. So Sister Marianne, is it possible for you to send me a copy of the actual check? Any law firm?
Mr. Honor, you know what happened tonight? You said you reached out to me. I haven't, to be honest, I haven't checked any reached out, but you came
Uh-huh.
out publicly with that. My reputation is on the line just as yours. I will go in uniform at Huntington live tomorrow morning. I've already called my cinematographer to arrange. I said, I need you to come. I'm too shake up. This can't be no hole up phone. This can't be no hole up phone. I have integrity. Let me tell you, when I turn off YouTube, I'm living life. Real life, Miss Honor, real life. I'm a person in my community. I'm an activist, family. I'm an activist. You understand? You know how many young women I stood by, represent, brought attorney to do promo. I'm an activist. I'm boot on the ground. I don't just come and chit chat, whack, 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 whack. And I'm like, you know what? I'm not getting on here playing with Umar. Umar's a thief. If y'all don't know it by now, y'all don't see it, I don't know what else to tell you. I don't have to prove anything, but I will get justice in the name of Jesus.
Is it possible for you to share with me documents from Umar Johnson's attorney that discuss
I
the
gave
actual
you
check?
all document. I gave you the name of his lawyer. You even asked me, is it safe? I gave you the name of the law firm. I gave you everything.
No, I didn't get anything that was from the law firm dealing with the check for $68,600.
That's that same. What you talking about? The when he first tried to sue me, or you talking about the when he settled with me?
No, this would be for the settlement.
For the settlement, we didn't go into court. This was like an out of court settlement, Mr. Honor. I
So, but
found some paper. I got some paper that's signed. I cannot disclose what's by. They said I cannot exploit him. He came. He
yeah,
filmed the film with me. He did what was asked of him. If I'm taking it behind the footage, I am not exploiting. They have all ground to take me into a courtroom and sue me. That's
yeah,
what that is all
yeah, I
about.
understand that. I understand, but can you share with me those documents to
I can
verify that
share.
you?
I'm gonna be sharing on my page. I'm gonna be sharing on my page. Now I gotta clear my name. I would never do anything to disrespect you. Ever since I got on the scene with you, I gave you the utmost respect.
Yeah, well, same thing here. Same thing here. Can you show a deposit slip as well?
Yes, by Huntington. Yes, I can show a
Okay.
deposit slip.
Okay.
Well, that
So
slip, I'm gonna have the bank. I don't have no slip. I didn't save no deposit. I'm gonna have the bank print out. Let me tell you, you could deposit something 10, 20. We pulled money that went to Umar. We're talking about way back as 13 to 15 years, 10 years. We pulled money to show from the donor. You understand? I'm gonna go to my bank. I'm gonna go. You know what? I made a certain amount of deposit. I need you to, and then highlight the show, and then have them black out my personal information. This is unbelievable, unbelievable,
okay. Well,
unbelievable.
yeah, I'll
Attack
be
my
looking.
character like that. And Mr. Honor, they came to you with that garbage. You know better. Come on. I know you
No,
never met me in person, but I would think the brief interaction we had, you saw my character.
yeah, it's not for me. It's not an issue of character. It's about veracity, meaning that if, in fact, the check does not look legitimate, then I need to make sure that it is legitimate.
It
That's
is
all.
legitimate. Where's Umar? Where's Umar? Is Umar suing me? You think I'm gonna, Mr. Honor? You know Umar Johnson, how petty he is. You think I'm gonna come on social media tell you guys this man settled with me and Umar? That's a lie. Umar wouldn't come after me. Umar came after me for $500,000. Come on now, y'all playing games, fam. We're not gonna do that. We're not gonna do that. That we're
So
not going to do. We're not going to
okay.
do.
So
But you
so
know what? Like I said, I just gave you the head of the detective who's in charge. Go ahead. Be
yeah,
my
yeah,
guest, all of y'all. Everybody in the chat, call him tomorrow.
that's a
I
for
can't
in
go to
terms.
jail. They'll probably fine me for doing
Yeah,
that.
just to be clear, Marianne, that's not what the issue is for this live stream. I'm
The
specifically talking
issue's for the
about.
check. I'm telling you, Umar
Yeah.
Johnson paid me. Check was deposit. I will go to my bank. I will pull from the bank. They're going to give me a receipt and I will come publicly and show it to the people, Mr. Honor. I mean, I
Okay.
don't know what other language. You want me to say it in Creole?
No,
I'm
that's
not trying to
not
be
necessary. Yeah.
disrespectful. I know it's about the check. What I'm saying, on my defense, I've been transparent. I've been transparent with you guys. I open. I opened myself up on YouTube. Let me tell you, it's a dirty game. This YouTube thing is a dirty game. I realize that. And you know what I said to myself? I said, you know what? I'm going to use my platform to even do bigger and better thing than I'm doing when the camera's off. That's how I'm moving. That's how I'm moving. Y'all been talking about before I got on YouTube. How long they been talking about Umar on YouTube? How long? Umar's going down. Umar's going to jail. I'm telling y'all that right now. Cash that to the bank. He's going to jail. You think Umar was going to allow somebody? Look at this woman. Umar laid up with this woman. Laid up with this woman. He got mad because this woman's like kissing and telling. You think I'm gonna come and say, "Oh, Dr. Umar gave me 68,600"? Umar wouldn't be on here out to get me. Umar's money hungry. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me right now? Okay. Umar's money hungry.
Okay, and
money hungry.
All right. Now I understand what you're saying. I just want to be clear. So tomorrow you'll be presenting the evidence.
I will be presenting. I'm going to clean my reputation because you know what? Today I was dragging in dirty water. And dirty, muddy water. That's what I was dragging, Mr. Honor. Dirty, muddy water. I'm so furious, I don't even think I could finish my shift. That's how upset I am. I'm sick to my stomach.
Okay, well, I will be waiting for that tomorrow.
And then I'm in the chat. I must have send you like 9 or 8 messages. Say, please, somebody, tell Mr. Honor I'm in the chat to bring me up. This is so embarrassing. So embarrassing, family.
Yeah. Well, it's from my vantage point, it's embarrassing too. All that I'm asking for is verification. That's all.
Oh, hold on right here. Hold on. This girl need to keep. Don't move, because my reputation's on the line just as much as yours. Kayla, come get this key.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to take off from work tomorrow. Yeah, my apologies. Good question. Yeah, let me text my supervisor. Maybe I'll do a half day.
I apologize for the word. I am at work. I'm at my place of business. And for someone to pull me aside, because you know what? I work here. They know I'm on YouTube. And they know I should, that day, that very first show I had with you, everybody tuned in. Everybody tuned in. You think I'm going to come? I gave you the check. What was I hiding? I gave you the check.
Yeah. But Miss Lorient, it's just that there's discrepancies on the check. Do you understand where I'm coming from on that?
I understand what you're saying. I'm telling you, please listen to me. I'm not lying. I didn't make up anything. Umar paid out. You understand? Umar paid out. And if I'm lying, where's Umar? I'm waking this nigga up tonight. I'm telling you, we're calling him tonight. We're calling him tonight.
Yeah, Sister Marianne, I said this too, that if we
calling him tonight. No.
Ma'am, are you listening?
I need to get on my chest with him too.
Yeah, ma'am, are you listening?
I'm here.
Okay, yeah. So let me just say this, please. If you can let me get this out, I appreciate it. I said earlier on that if you provide the receipt, which I sincerely hope that you do tomorrow, that I will get on here and issue a public apology to you, ma'am.
No, you don't have to issue a public apology to me, but I will provide receipt. But I'm really hurt. I thought the brief encounter that I had with you, you had a sense of my character. But you know what? YouTube, dirty space. Now we calling him. He waking up tonight. I got some stuff to get off my chest. We calling him tonight.
Yeah, we can't do that. All right. Well, you can call it. I can't do that on my platform. I have to mute that. I can't do that because for cybersecurity purposes, that will compromise my mission. Okay, so I have her muted now. So if she talks with Umar, she can do that, but I can't have that on my platform. I've been very careful with how I've moved. Again, I have a degree in cybersecurity, so I understand what boundaries should not be crossed. I've never contacted Umar. I've never reached out to him. I've never told people to reach out to him. Umar has reached out to me. He's reached out. He's told people to reach out to my wife. So those are boundaries that I simply can't cross. Now, if Umar wants to come on to my platform and do a sit down interview, I said it before, 4 hours, I'll pay $5,000 for 4 hours. And we sit down and we go step by step through the FDMG school scam. If he wants to do that, he's welcome to do that. But I can't have someone on the platform calling Umar like that. I just can't do that. That's beyond the scope for me. Okay, and I don't know if she's still or if she's talking to Umar or not, but Sister Mary Ann Lorient, if you are talking to Umar, just let me know inside the chat room when you're done, and then I'll get you back up. You're still on. I just have to mute it because I can't have that Umar talking, because that's a breach from my vantage point on my platform. I can't do that. I just want to be clear about something. The issue for me is the check itself. There's discrepancies. And I did research into this. And the phone number on the check, and this is the issue, the main issue. When I called the phone number, it went to voicemail. And the voicemail, the man who answers on the voicemail states that he's with Legacy Home Buyers. I showed the receipts on this already. There's also Legacy Home Buyers LLC. But he specifically said Legacy Home Buyers. So the question that I had, and I think it's a legitimate question, is whether or not there are some discrepancies here with the check that would necessitate the need to ask more questions and to get verification. That's all I'm asking for, is verification. Sister Mary Ann Lawrence said that she will provide that tomorrow. And when she does that, if it's to my satisfaction, I will get back on here. I will report on that. And then I will issue a public apology to Sister Mary Ann Lawrence. Okay, now, and then if she's unable to do that, well, that's another story. We'll get to that, and we'll roll with the punches if that takes place. Okay, so we'll leave it right there. Okay, so real quick, Sister Mary Ann, if you're not talking to Umar, just let me know inside of the chat room right now, and then I'll unmute you. Okay. Yeah, let me just wait just a little bit. Yeah, some people in the chat room said that they want to they want to hear Umar. No, that's beyond the scope, because then he can say that I'm reaching out to him, and it's just in cybersecurity that's overstepping bounds. Okay, I don't even want to chance it. Did anyone see her in the chat saying that she's not talking with Umar? Let me do some super chats. Aunt Turner says, regardless if he paid her, she still sent you a fake check to post publicly. In my opinion, that makes me question her integrity. Yeah, but what she's explained, and again, I'm still not clear about the check with the disclaimer and how the phone number on the check goes back to Legacy Home Buyers. That's really like the thrust of this from my vantage point. That's why I'd asked her, is that the actual check that you took to deposit? And I thought that it's possible that that's a disclaimer check, but that's not the official check that's issued. And I would think that official check would come, and I could be wrong, it would come via Umar's legal team, right? Yeah, as opposed to Umar, but through their office. But what she's saying is that he went through a loan shark, and I don't understand how that works. I really don't. That's why I want to ask her that, but I didn't get a chance to ask the question. Did anyone see Sister Mary Ann inside the chat room? Okay. Someone said, Mary Ann said, bring her back up. Okay. Yeah, she's not in there anymore. Yeah, if she wants to call back in, she can. And if she doesn't, listen, we'll see what happens tomorrow. Okay, and I will report on it. Yeah, I may do a half day tomorrow. so that I can get on here during tomorrow. Okay, she just came back up. Okay, so Sister Marianne, I just want to make sure. Please don't have if you're talking with Umar, just get off the phone with him, please. Okay.
You said you
Hey, are you
didn't
there?
want. Yes, I'm there.
Okay.
I have integrity. You said you didn't want me while calling him to have you on the phone. And what did I do? I hung up. I would
Okay. Thank
never
you.
clown you like that.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Okay? Okay? Let me explain, family. He wanted to silence me. They do not want me to show the behind the scene. When I got the check, we questioned. If you guys go to my video, I'm not making this up, family. Go to my video. I said, you know what? I don't trust Umar with every bone in my fiber. That check will not be deposited to my personal account. I'm going to open an account to
I remember
deposit
that.
that check. Let me finish. I'm going to open an account to deposit that check. When we sitting down, this was murky. When I came to sign, when they had to give us the money, these are long, sharp people. Long sharp. And TJ's like, man, this is crazy. How is he Umar Johnson? He's using long shark. And I'm like, well, what is that? Well, he's going to have to pay a high interest. I thought you said he was rich. He got money. I said, listen, I don't care where the money's coming from. The minute I got it, I went straight to Chase. When that check cleared, that money, I closed that account. I deposited at Huntington Bank.
Okay. So
Tomorrow morning,
you did deposit it.
yes, tomorrow morning, I will go to my institution. I will have them print out a deposit and I will come publicly and show.
Okay.
And I apologize, family. I lost my temper. Y'all know from the day one you guys been watching me, I can get emotional at times. This has pierced me in my heart. Has truly pierced me in my heart. Why would I come publicly and say this man gave me this money and didn't? I'm not crazy, family. Come on, you guys. Are you guys serious right now?
Yeah, let me ask. So you said that it's a loan shark. Are you saying that Umar took out a loan to pay you?
I don't know what he did. The check that we got when we did our investigation, they're long shark. They do business with a lot of things. They do like business. They're a place you could get money, but you got to pay a higher interest when you can't get money from no bank, and then they cut the check. I was
that would be a loan, though.
I'm sorry.
That would be a loan, though, right?
For him, not for me.
Yeah. No. That's what I'm trying to get at. So is it possible?
When they cut the check, because we were so uncomfortable the way that check was presented, we were so uncomfortable with that. I opened a separate account to deposit.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I remember you said that. I remember. Let me ask though. So is it possible, and you may not know this, but is it possible that Legacy Home Buyers is the lender?
Mr. Honor, your guess is better than I am. All I do, I sat down, I signed some paper, they handed it to me, I went to Chase. When that money cleared, I withdrew, I closed that account, I deposited that money in Huntington Bank in Ohio. I'm not crazy. You think, and then Mr. Honor, you think I'm going to come to you. I send you the check. Everything I send you, I say, please review. Please review. I sent you the check. I don't have any reason to lie. Why would I give? I gave you what they gave me. And then when we sat down, we signed paper. When I took that check, I ran straight to Huntington Bank.
Yeah.
And I said, he moved dirty. Because in my whole entire life, I've never heard of long shark.
Yeah,
and then I was told that's not really even legal. I don't even know. I don't know. But all I know, they did some maneuver for him. And then I even questioned the issue. I'm like, he got all this money. He got all this donor money. Why is he moving like this with this company in Ohio? Why isn't the check just coming directly, a personal check from his account? Umar moves carefully. Umar moves in technique. So nothing is traced back to him.
All right. Now hold on. Now if this is true, tomorrow after you provide all the receipts, this would mean that Umar took out a high interest loan.
No, don't put no word in my mouth. He 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 did that. He did that concoction in Ohio. I got the money, but he did that concoction in Ohio. That concoction wasn't done where he lived at.
No,
That
I understand.
concoction was done right here in Ohio.
Yeah, I understand that. I want you, what I'm saying here is that legacy home
You make
buyers, it's
video, and we had a golden opportunity. You didn't want to say a thing to him. Come on now, and you want to pay him $5,000 to bring on your show. I wish I would have give Umar a penny to come on. I wouldn't give Umar a cent,
okay,
not a
ma'am.
cent.
Yeah, ma'am, let me be clear about something. There are things that I will not do because it's beyond the scope and it crosses certain boundaries in cybersecurity. And that was one of
I
them.
need Mr. Honor, please educate me. How else you didn't call? I call them to give the viewer to hear this pig, and you don't want to air him. Why wouldn't you want to
No,
do that?
because this is my platform. You're on my platform doing that.
But how's that? How does that? How does that security? I don't understand. How's that
Because be,
cyber security?
because the act is taking place on my platform. Now, if you did that on your platform, that's a different situation.
Well, family. I told him a thing or two. And he wants to know. I apologize to you, and your ass just want to keep on fighting. Yes, we're gonna keep on fighting till you're in handcuffs. We're
Okay,
gonna keep on
so
fighting. And then I need you. You still haven't made this clear. You make it clear to them who the head detective is. Make it clear to them.
yeah,
But
well,
please.
the head detective, that's a situation separate from the check. The issue
Okay.
for
Well, I
this
told you
live
about the
stream,
check. The check was deposited at
yeah,
Huntington Bank in Cleveland, Ohio. When that money cleared, I removed that money, I closed that account, and I deposited in my bank, I'm sorry, Chase Manhattan Bank. When that money cleared, I withdrew that money and I deposited in Huntington Bank. I think I said that 4 or 5 times.
yes. So what it sounds like to me is that Umar took out a loan, and this loan may be associated with legacy home buyers and use the money from that loan to pay you. And that's why on the back, on the front of the check, it says disclaimer: this is not a real check to receive the real cash offer.
There was no
Call.
legacy home on the check, Mr. Honor.
Yeah,
That
I
money I
understand that.
deposited at Huntington Bank, there was no legacy. There was no legacy.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that the phone number on the check, you're familiar with the phone number?
I gave you the check. I didn't even know there's a phone number in the check. I had nothing to hide. I
Yeah.
gave you what was given to me. And when we
Okay.
sat down, we signed paper. When I got that money from them, I ran to Chase
All right.
Manhattan.
Let me ask you one other question though.
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you received the check, clearly you had doubts about it.
I have doubt anything that connects Umar Johnson.
Okay.
Anything regarding
Legitimate.
Umar
Yeah.
Johnson.
Let me finish. Let me finish. And that's legitimate for you to say that
And I
because
even made a video about it, Mr. Honor. This is like
yes.
3 months ago. You could go back and fact check me. Fact
Yeah.
check me.
If I can continue. Yeah, it's legitimate to question anything that Umar Johnson says or does. Now, the question that I have, is it reasonable for me to question the check? You question the check, is it reasonable for me to question it?
Yes, sir. Yes, it is.
Okay. So at this point, that's the level of understanding. And then, all I'm asking for is the verification. You provide it, we move forward, it's all good. And that's it. Case closed.
Case closed. Exactly.
Yeah.
But you said you sent me a message. I haven't sent any message. I wish you would have dealt that with me, and then you come and do this video with receipt to go, hey, you know what? Somebody reached out to me. I reached to Marianne. Marianne clear it up. Here. Now they all going to bed. Oh yeah, she did a lot of talking, but we ain't seen nothing yet. You understand,
Well,
Mr. Honor? I'm
yeah, but
allowed to voice that.
no, absolutely. And
I'm
again,
allowed to voice that.
yeah, and the proof is tomorrow. You provide the proof, and that's it. It's that simple. And again, the reason why I got on here, it's an issue of integrity that I have to protect my platform. And same thing with you calling Umar on my platform. That's beyond the scope. It gets into cybersecurity
But Miss
issues.
Honor, I
Yeah.
didn't reach out. I didn't reach out to come on your platform. You invited me on your platform, and out of respect, I would have done nothing to disrespect your platform.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
not thirsty,
understandable.
Mr. Honor.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
not. Umar's a thief, and
yeah.
then
And again,
people still don't want to believe that.
no,
So,
I
and
understand
then,
that.
and listen. No. We're all smart individual. You think, can we agree Umar watch your show? You do not believe Umar Johnson watch your show? He's watching right now as we talk.
I'm sure
So
he is.
I'm gonna come out and tell all of y'all, oh, I got 6,800,000 on Umar. And Umar didn't say a peep. When he passed out, when he passed out, when he passed out, they silenced Lawrence. Lawrence called and checked me from A to Z with profanity. They silenced Lawrence. You understand? He came out with this little baloney. Come on. He come out because he passed out. Umar wouldn't come out for 68,600. Come on, y'all. Come on, family. What are we doing, fam? What are we doing? Can we be honest with ourselves? What are we doing right now?
Yeah, I can tell you what I'm doing. I'm just asking for verification. You said you'll provide it tomorrow, and once that's done, I will report on that. And I know you said that you don't expect an apology, but I will issue a public
No, you
apology.
don't have to apologize. You know
Well,
what? The damage, the damage that's done, the damage that's done tonight. You know, you know what? It's like you cut a hole in the table, and you could put a wood, put glue wood, finish it. The damage, the scar's always going to be there. The scar's there. The scar's there. The scar is there. And then you know what? For all of you that are hearing my voice, I am not perfect. I am not perfect. When Umar sorted me out, and then what I need you to do, everybody, regarding this Umar sector, I haven't reached out to anybody. They reached out to me. When Umar sorted me out, Umar wanted this. I'm not going to sit here and play the angel. I'm a businesswoman. I'm like, okay, he has an existing platform. We have a good rapport. We're part of the same community. Let me go ahead. Let me go ahead and make this work for my thing. Everything was cool. What y'all don't understand? I didn't have an issue with the man. There was no issue with the man when he left. The fallout came. He told me, "Give me the movie," and I told him, "No, you're not getting the movie." And then he turned around and tried to sue me for 500,000. Y'all think I'm crazy? So now that, oh, did she make up the $500,000? Has Umar spoken anything? He cannot, Mr. Honor. He cannot. He cannot. And then the way Umar come to you guys, Umar bash the LGBT community. 1:30, Umar's been cricket, not a single sound. Come on, fam. What are we doing, fam? And then you know what I'm thinking? I'm like, do they really want justice for Umar? Because I'm doing everything humanly possible to see this man get locked away, and then I'm getting fired back. I got content creator that are like questioning my integrity, and then I got Lene coming at me. I got Mr. Honor. I offered to send you, man. You're like, no, I want you to deal with her. I got people
yeah.
sending me stuff. Lene's tearing me down. Why? I
Okay.
never met
We're
this
not.
woman.
Okay.
I ain't got no
Listen.
issues with her.
Okay, I told you in the message that whatever issues you may have with her or with anyone else for that matter, that's something that is should be resolved privately, and that my platform is not the place to do that. So,
But
uh, yeah, she just cut off. Um, yeah, she may call back in. Um, oh, did I get to this one? All right. Well, let me read. Let me do this super chat. Regardless if he paid her, he still sent the fake check to post publicly. In my opinion, that makes me question her integrity. Yeah, but what she's saying is that the check that she actually showed that she actually cashed that one. The way that I'm making sense of this in my own mind, at least right now, is that Umar took out a loan, and because it's a loan shark, I think it's a fair assumption that it would be a high interest loan to pay the $68,600. And so that's why the name on here or the number on here goes back to crop legacy home buyers. What I'll do tomorrow is I'll call them and I'll ask them, do you guys do loans outside of home loans? And I'll ask them the question and we'll see what they say. It's that simple. The other thing I want to say is that I can only be honest. I think some of this is misdirection. And let me explain why. It's directed improperly at me. And the reason why is because all I've asked for is verification. And that's simple. That's to show the receipts. And more specifically, I said I'll be asking to see a copy of the actual check. Okay, and that assumed that the check that she showed was what is called a disclaimer check, but it sounds like it wasn't. She said that she had was able to deposit that one. So, and then the other thing is law firm documents, because there would have to be documents associated with that settlement, even if it's done outside of court. And then a deposit slip. It doesn't even have to be a deposit slip. It could be, a bank account record that shows when it was deposited, at what bank. And again, all this could be shared to me privately, or when the money was taken out, right? And I think that's all that I was asking for. Okay. Okay. So thank you, Aunt. She didn't call back in. So let me do this. I'm going to get through the rest of these super chats and then we'll close this down. Right. Okay. Let me go back up here. Okay, James says, I can see your energy is in a slump. Don't let this disrupt your spirit. You got that documentary you got to finish. Don't let this stop. Yeah, I was working on it today. And I have a lot of work ahead of me. It's just I haven't been sleeping right for quite some time. And I think tomorrow, either I'll take tomorrow off or I'll do a half day. Because I'm going to need to settle in and try to get some sleep. Thank you, James. Yeah, I'll do these quick. Okay, I didn't plan on being on here this long. TJ says, give it time, Brother Lenon. Yours. Oh, thank you so much. That was from earlier. I appreciate that. Christina says, Lenon, you can beat yourself up, bro. Okay, I got that one too. Okay, so let me just scroll down and see where I'm at here. Okay, I got that one too. Okay, did I ever show the back of the check? I think I showed it. Yeah, I did, because we went through it. Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Nene. And I got this one too. Thank you, TJ. TJ says, I'm rocking with you, Lenon. Don't let the enemy win. Xavier says, Umar said he created FDMG to uplift black boys, but he's an... Oh, yeah, I got this one too. Okay, so I'm way behind. Excuse me. Awudal says, okay, I got this one too. Yeah, thank you. So I appreciate that. All right, Yana says, we need to get the situation under head because Umar is going to use this as an excuse. Yeah, I totally agree, on the Breakfast Club to discredit our movement. Yeah, the thing though is that if he goes on there, and let's say this goes right, Sister Miriam provides the verification tomorrow, he wouldn't be able to speak on this because he hasn't spoken on it anyway. So if he goes on there to speak on it, then it opens up a can of worms for him because it would prove that, and he would have to admit that he paid out $6,800,000, right? Or he can say that he didn't. All right, but that can also be a problem because that would be a blatant lie, right? So we'll see how it goes. And again, this assumes everything goes right tomorrow. Thank you, Giannis, for the super chat. Appreciate it. Christina says, I hope she did not come on this channel and so something crazy when Lenon gave her a platform to speak. I don't think she did. I really don't. That's like, I think that's too far. Quite honestly, I don't like how I was treated on my own platform when I had her on. I have to be honest about that. But like I said, I've been at this for a very long time, and you roll with the punches, right? You roll with the punches. So no, I don't think so. I think that tomorrow will be the day. She will either provide the receipts and the confirmation, or she won't. And if she does, then again, like I said, I will get on here. She said I don't have to, but I will. I'll issue a public apology. Right. Thank you, Christina. TJ says, Lenon, my bro in Christ, we all make mistakes. Yeah, we all do. I've made a whole bunch of them. And there's certain lessons I clearly haven't learned yet. Right. Thank you, TJ, for the super chat. Dr. Nadia says, is there really a class action lawsuit in Ohio? Well, she says that there is. Again, I haven't seen any paperwork on that. I haven't seen any paperwork on the class action lawsuit or the Fed case. She did give, I think, the detective's name. But that's not the issue for me. The issue was the check. The check looks shady. It does. And the other thing is, like I said, if she and her lawyer, they felt as if the check was strange, then I think it's it's fair for me to think that it's strange too, and to ask for verification. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Right? Thank you, Dr. Nene. G Pink says this one hurts, man. What is this? Was rooting for Mary. We all yeah. But again, if she shows receipts tomorrow, it's all good. You know, we move forward. We'll just have to wait and see. All right. Thank you, G Pink. Sasha Love says someone is showing us who they are. Let's believe them the first time so we don't get burned again. One lie is enough. Yeah, again, if she shows the proof, then we won't. I won't say that it's a lie. And I want to believe that this settlement did take place, and I want to believe that she received the check and that she deposited the check. Okay? But again, I'm asking for verification. That's all. It's that simple. Okay, we'll see. Thank you, Sasha Love. Gonzo Prince says it ain't your fault if the check is fake. I'll still support you. Yeah, that's the other thing. I thought about that as a possibility. Umar could have been doing some shady things and sending her a check that was, illegitimate. That's possible too. But she said that she was able to deposit it, and if she was able to deposit it into a checking into a bank and then to withdraw that means that the check is valid, right? And that's the proof she'll show tomorrow. Thank you, guys, little princess. Kitwana says the best lies have a kernel of truth. A kernel of truth. I think that's what you're saying. Yeah, Umar's that way. Yeah, especially as I've researched a lot of his older videos, you hear it. He will say some things that are true, but then he'll tell all types of lies. Now, let me be clear about something. I'd never said that Sister Marianne or Lorient lied about anything, and that's not the purpose of this live stream. The purpose of this live stream is to protect the integrity of my channel, and I have a right to do that, and then to ask for verification, and I have a right to do that too, right? So we'll see what happens tomorrow. Thank you, Kitwana. Must says, I agree with Dr. Nene. The image you showed was a marketing tactic, not a check. Odd for sure, but did Umar file for certificate of occupancy? I'm not sure about the certificate of occupancy. He may have, he may not. He hasn't updated people on that. I remember back in February of 2019, he said he was going to get electricity turned on Monday. He didn't get the electricity turned on for another year and a half, a little over a year and a half. So, yeah, he says he's going to do something, but that doesn't necessarily mean that he's going to do it. Okay. We'll have to wait and see with that too. Someone filmed this week the filthy conditions still at FDMG. Yeah, I saw that. I just said I showed one of the videos. Was it this week? Yeah, I think it was this week. Yeah, that video got a lot of views too, by the way. That's one of the reasons I said, let me just kind of lay back in the cut because that was a really important live stream. And I want to get that to get as many views as possible because I think that was a classic. It was an instant classic. And it's doing really well so far on YouTube. So I have no idea about the certificate of occupancy. We'll see when Umar Johnson decides to update. So I know one thing, it's not going to pass, right? And then Must also says someone filmed this. Yeah, I got that one. I just read that twice. But there's another video too. I want to get to that. If I was going to live stream today outside of this impromptu one, that's what I was going to address. That and then Umar on It's Up There podcast. Thank you, Must, for the super sticker or super chat. Appreciate it. Black Wolf says, so the deal is what? That she lied about settling out of court with Umar for $68,000. Also, both the lawyers meeting, also the class action lawsuit. See, the thing for me, it's not about all these other issues. The issue is the check. That's all. That's what I was addressing here. All these other issues, it's not something that I'm so much concerned with. At least right now, I'm not. Like Marianne Lawrence said, she's going to provide proof tomorrow. And then when she does that, if it's to my satisfaction, then it's all good. We move forward. If she doesn't, then that's a whole nother conversation. Either way, I'm going to hold myself accountable. Okay, either way. Also, both lawyers meeting. No, I have seen correspondence. She showed me that not for the class action lawsuit or for the Fed case. I haven't seen any of that. What I've seen is for Umar Johnson. Yeah, I remember. I got to go back and look through, but I remember. I keep thinking I saw where Umar was trying to sue her for the $500,000. Again, I'll go back through my receipts and I'll check that. But that wasn't the issue tonight. That's not the issue at all. And then again, the class action lawsuit. I can't speak to that because I haven't seen anything on any documentation on that at all. That's why I haven't really reported on it. When I've addressed the legalities outside of what paperwork I've seen, I always say it's something that I'm not going to be talking about, and it's just a way of protecting the integrity of my channel. And once that's provided, then okay. Same thing with Umar feigning. You guys, I said it's alleged, right? Because I haven't seen receipts on that. And then if it ever surfaces, then I'll come back and I'll say it's not alleged. This is a statement of fact. And I think it's fair. I think it's fair. Thanks, Black Wolf. Curtis says, Lenon, this is sort of speech is not the benefit of the doubt. This is creative narrative. Well, I see what you're saying. It's simple, though, to me. It's simple. Provide the verification, and then that's it. We move forward. You know, it's nothing extraordinary, in my opinion. Let me tell you guys something. Do I think that she has the receipts to prove it? Yeah, I do. I believe it. Now, could I be wrong? I could be wrong. Tomorrow we'll find out. It's that simple, right? Thanks, Curtis, for the super chat. Okay, I'll get to everyone else too. We're gonna be here for a while. Again, like I said, I wasn't planning on being on here today. Thank you, Curtis, for the super chat. A.a. is for Aaliyah says the only saving grace she has when I think of it is I said in a comment here was she stated she wanted to bleed Umar dry with not a penny to his name. Those are her words, kind of sort of verbatim. So the only saving grace she has when I think of it. Yeah, but that would be a separate, well, I guess not. But again, if this check is associated with legacy home buyers, and I'm going to call them in the morning, and that they're lending, they're lenders, right? For let's say, I don't know, because outside the scope of home lending, and Umar had to take out a loan, it would be high interest, that's for sure. Especially his just the nature of loan sharks. But the other thing too is his credit. I'm sure that's trash. Would that be bleeding? I don't even like using that term, but would that cause him financial hardship? Yeah, probably. Yeah, probably. Yeah. Yeah, I don't have all the answers, y'all. I still don't. Okay, we'll wait and see for tomorrow. Okay. Thank you for the super chat. AA is for Elias. G Pink says on Blacklight TV, there was a lady named Joseph Thing said she had reached Mary Ann. I didn't want to believe it. That she had researched Mary Ann. I didn't want to believe it. Just saw it yesterday. Yeah, I'm not familiar with Blacklight TV. Again, my issue is simply verification. That's all I'm asking for. And if she provides it tomorrow, then it's all good. I know I keep saying it, but it's that simple to me. All right, thank you so much for the chat. Appreciate it. TJ says Umar has done irreparable damage to the Black community. Absolutely. I even think everything that's taking place tonight is an aspect of that. I think it is. See, I try to approach to the best. Tonight's been triggering, though. I have to admit that. But to the best of my ability, I try to approach Umar with critical analysis. If any of you guys, if you remember, you guys know what I'm talking about with the last segment of the documentary. It's a lot of it is critical analysis. And in particular, there's a video from 2011 called Message to the Black Women. Message to the Black Women. Even that, you can see that he was doing damage. So I try to approach things as much as possible intellectually. And I try to keep today was a little bit more difficult with the emotional aspect. So again, I apologize for that. But I try my best. The thing is that I don't think we would even be here. I wouldn't be here doing this type of a show if it wasn't for Umar and the fact that he's created massive chaos in people's lives, all over the world. Thank you, TJ. Linda sent in a super sticker. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I appreciate that. A lady says we need to also confirm the 40 suing donors. Yeah, I don't have any confirmation on that either. That's why I haven't reported on it. Okay. Well, I should say that when I've spoken about it, I've stated that it's a legal issue, and it is a legal issue, and that I'm not going to speak much about it. Okay, and at some point, maybe I'll get verification on that, and if that's provided too, I'll report that too. I just want people to understand this: the Umar Johnson saga. It is a marathon, and there's a lot of up and downs along the way, and this is just one of those downs tonight. That's all this is. And again, I'm in this to bring Umar to justice my way, and I know that it's a marathon. And when I complete the documentary, that will be a major component to bringing Umar Johnson to justice. Okay. It looks like Marianne Lorient came back on. Let's see if we can get her. Yeah, Sister Marianne Lorient, you there? Yeah, Sister Marianne, are you there? Yeah, I'm not getting any audio from you. Yeah, let me put the oh, it's actually pinned though. It's pinned in the I'm still not hearing any audio. It's pinned in the chat room. I can put it in there again though. Let me do that. Okay, here you go. So here's the call in. And this is specifically for Sister Marianne, because your audio is not, I'm not hearing anything. Yeah, there's nothing I can do on my end either. Yeah, so maybe try calling back in. Yeah, I'm still not hearing any audio. There may be something you need to push on your phone. If you're calling in from your phone, there may be something you need to push on your phone. Yeah, in the meantime, let me get through these super chats, because there's a lot of them, and I gotta yeah, I'm not gonna be able to go to work tomorrow. Yeah, real talk, y'all. I've had probably about maybe 11 hours of sleep over the last 3 days. And I'm too old for it. When I was a kid, I can get away with it, playing video game stuff. But these days, yeah, I ain't going to work tomorrow. All right. Yeah, Sister Marianne, you're here, but I don't see any audio. So you may want to try calling back in. Yeah, there's a private chat too. Let me see if she can see the private chat. You are on, but I cannot hear any audio. Hopefully she'll respond to that. Yeah, I gotta tell you, I prayed before I got up on here tonight. I sure did. Yeah, this one of them situations is this: if Jesus could take the wheel on this one, I appreciate it. No, I appreciate it. Okay. Victor says everything may be a lie, but room 130 is. Yeah, no, that's verified. That actually took place. I know that for a fact. Okay. Thanks, Victor. Everybody want to talk about room 130. Okay, thank you, Vix. I appreciate it. Christina says, well, it does not have Umar's name or FDMG nor a lawyer name on it. Yeah, but the thing is that it's a redacted, so we couldn't see everything. So what she could do is, if she has a copy of the original check, she could just send it to me unredacted. That would be fine. Or she can show that tomorrow. That would be perfectly fine. Yeah, it says your microphone isn't connected, Sister Mary Ann. It says your mic isn't connected. So you need to get into your setting. If you're calling your phone, if you're on a computer, you just need to go into the settings to activate the microphone. Okay, Christine, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that. But again, we can't see. So again, that's another issue. Thank you, Christina. Sharif says this some Papa Shango voodoo code. What in the world? All right, thanks, Sharif. Well, that's wild. Princess Jasmine says, good evening, and just tuning in. I'm so confused. What in the world is going on? Yeah, it is. All this is confusing. The idea for me is just to get clarification and get verification. And Sister Marianne Lawrence, she said that tomorrow she will provide the receipt to prove that she was paid out the $68,600. And we'll just wait for that. And if she does that tomorrow, I'll come back on. I normally don't live stream, but I'll come back on tomorrow. If she does it during the day, I'm just going to take off tomorrow. I'll come in on during the day and we'll get into it. It is all this is very confusing. And I'm here to just try to facilitate clearing all this up. We'll see if we're able to do it. Okay. We may be able to, we may not be able to. Okay. I'm hoping that we do. Okay. That we're able to get this all resolved. Okay. Yeah, Sister Marianne, again, I can't hear you. So you're going to have to probably try to call back in because your audio is not coming through. Yeah. And I got a lot more super chats. So I'll be on here. If we want to try again. Thank you, Princess Jasmine. I appreciate it. DB says here for you, regardless and then Resty. Thank you. So I appreciate that. Yeah, I appreciate that. Oh, okay. So I got to, okay, so Mary Ann, she did send me a chat. She says, I've taken a bullet tonight. Do you want me to read this or no? Because I won't read it if you don't want me to. Just go ahead and reply to the chat. Maybe you can't talk right now. Do you want me to read this? Okay, yeah, maybe she can't be on audio, so she's texting. So I just asked her if she wants me to read when she texts. If she does, I'll read it to you guys. If she doesn't, then I'll respect that. Okay, thanks, DBE. I appreciate that. Vonta says this ain't on you, but I let the space. I think you said I left the space because I saw it, and you gotta see why I didn't get on that plane. What plane are you talking? A plane? Oh, this is Lene. She says this ain't on you, but I left the space. I think she's saying because I saw it, and you got to see why I didn't get on that plane. Which plane are you talking? Oh my goodness gracious! Yeah, I'm confused now again. Yeah, let me check the private chat. Yeah, she hasn't responded. I'll see if she wants me. I'll just wait. Thank you, Sister Lene, for the super chat. Okay, Doctor says hopefully she has a legit excuse, Lenon. Yeah, well, from what it sounds like, I believe it. I think tomorrow she'll have the receipt. She'll provide the receipt. And again, the logic for me is that if it seems shady for her, then it's reasonable for it to be shady. Seems shady to me. And all I ask for is verification. I think she'll provide it tomorrow. We'll be all good. Okay? And again, I'm going to get on here and I'll apologize. Okay, real talk. Thank you, Daxter. Jay Positive says we need answers tonight. No. It doesn't have to work that way. We have to be patient with these things. And she made a promise, and I believe that she's going to keep the promise tomorrow. We'll just have to be patient with it. It's like I've been saying, and I've been at this a long time in this Umar Johnson saga. And the one thing I can say is that there's always things that come up, all sorts of things. This is just one of those low periods, and the idea is to clear it up and then rise again. It's really that simple. I've been at this a long time. Okay? So let's be patient. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. What's up, Enterprise? Says your research is top notch. You inspire me in my channel with reporting. I know you have integrity on all that you have reported and documented research. Thank you so much. And that's really what it comes down to. I have to protect my channel and my I guess you can say my brand, and most importantly, my integrity. If something doesn't seem right and it doesn't feel right, mainly when it doesn't seem right, but this right here, this has been triggering. I kind of talked about that earlier, and I apologize for getting emotional. The thing is that I've been at this for such a long time, and I've seen so much, and I've dealt with so much that I recognize that there are times where you have to step forward and, as they say, nip things in the bud. That's all, And I had to do it tonight because I know how these internet streets are, and I know how YouTube can be. And Umar could come; he could go live, If I didn't do this, he could have gone live tonight and totally discredited it. He could attempted at least to discredit all the work that I've done. Okay, not just for the last year or for the last couple of years. I've been at this a long time, and I can't have that. Okay, I can't have that. He will be brought to justice, one way or the other. All right, thanks Enterprise, and also thanks Enterprise for going up there to show those bandos. Clearly, renovations aren't completed. Okay, and I didn't get a response from Marianne if she wanted me to read that, so I'll leave it right there. Thank you, Enterprise. Broccoli says, I hope she didn't start with receipts so you could believe them, then made this other shizzle up. I don't think so. I actually think she has the receipts for this $68,000 check, and she's going to provide it tomorrow. I believe it. So then when this all came out, could say it was all lies. I'm so sorry you went through this. If true, you're a good guy. Damn. Yeah. Again, I appreciate these kind words, but I don't think that that's what's going on here. I don't think that that's what's going on here. I just think that there are how should I say this? I watch these airplane channels, like Pilot Debrief, and there's another one I watch too. But there's one guy, I can't remember his name right now. Yeah, he's real cool. I like this dude. I think it's Pilot Debrief. But what he talks about is that when there are accidents, plane accidents or crashes, it's not one thing that takes place. It's like they call it the Swiss cheese model, and that you got these, you have the cheese, but in each one of the little layers of cheese, there's a hole, right? And that if you put enough of these together and if they line up, there's going to be a hole that goes through all of the layers, and that's when something happens, right? So I think that with this check situation, that's just one slice of cheese that there's appears to be a hole in there. And Umar could use that to his advantage. The other thing too, since she brought it up, she had brought up how because she had asked me about the situation that was going on with Sister Lane. I have a policy, and I've stuck with this policy I largely from the beginning, the early days. And some of you guys know this who've been around for a long time. My channel is not about any singular individual except Umar. He's the main character, and he's the focus. What I've learned in terms of how Umar operates is that, because he's conniving, when he sees division in the ranks, that's when he pounces, because that's what predators do. I've seen him do this time and time again. So when people have issues with each other, what I tell people is, I don't get involved with that. What I would encourage you to do is to resolve it behind the scenes. It's that simple. That's when people have issues, whatever. So that's been my motto, and I will stick with that. I would propose that that's one of the reasons why I've been able to build a reasonable audience, and I do quite well on YouTube, because I don't get caught up on all this other stuff, because the main focus is Umar. And my mission is to bring him to justice. I have a way of doing it, right? But that's my goal, right? So I just think that this situation tonight is just one slice in the cheese, and we want to patch that up to make sure moving forward that there's no ambiguity, or that Umar can't use that against his critics, because I've seen him do that in the past too. Right? All right. Thanks. Thank you, Broccoli, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Let me see something here. Yeah, see, I have two Marianne Lawrence in here. One of these people may not even be her. You guys don't be playing. Hold on one second. Yeah, Sister Marianne, are you there? Yeah, there's still no audio. Yeah, did she say anything inside of the chat? Oh, I'm sorry. Give me 1 second. Yeah, it won't even let me bring her up for some reason. Yeah, let me try it again. Yeah, something's going on. Yeah, and she didn't reply to the private chat either. Yeah, something's going on with her phone, or if she's on a computer or laptop, whatever. Yeah, I'm gonna try calling back in again, and then we'll go from there. Yeah, let's see what happens. Okay, let me get to the rest of these super chats. Goodness gracious, it's late too. We got 1,900 people here. It's crazy. Okay, thanks again, Broccoli Broomla. G. Tolbert says, don't be too hard on yourself. This is not a reflection of your hard work nor your character. I just remembered my grandmother saying to me, no good deed goes unpunished. Yeah, this is from earlier because I've dealt with a lot of, I don't know if the term is proper, but betrayal. So I've been very, and you guys may remember this too. There's been people who come on to see more recent. I told them, listen, I can't promote you. I just can't. I wish I could, but I could. But in this case, because Sister Marianne Lawrence, she has personal dealings with Umar, and Sister Lene has personal. That to me, it was like okay, and they have provided receipts to back it up. And I'm just asking for verification for the check, and I believe that's going to happen tomorrow. But even still, there's a part of me that maybe I haven't quite learned my lesson to completion. You know, but we'll see. We'll see. Hopefully tomorrow it'll be a brighter day, and we move forward. Okay, thank you, G. Tolbert. For the super chat. I appreciate it. Well, I'm so behind this chat room. Peace and Peter Bilt says, put tape on personal information. She saw the fine print. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if she read it, but she said that they were skeptical, and that makes perfect sense because once I looked at it a second time, and again, the person who brought it to my attention, they had posted it on my YouTube under the video that we did. It was probably about 4 or 5 months ago. And then I went back and looked and I said, okay, wait a minute. Let me see. Yeah, it's not coming up right now because I want to give, let me see here. It's at Hope Lou. They're the one who brought it to my attention. Anyway, thank you so much, Peace and Peter Blitz. Sharif says this has Umar written all over it. He loved the algorithm. He won't mention MJ. I think you're saying Marianne because she is his secret weapon. He has a hold on her. I don't think so. I don't think so, Sharif. Yeah. I think that's like way too far. I mean, I would hate to think that. I don't think that that's the case. Okay. Again, tomorrow we'll get verification or not, and we'll move forward. We got to be patient and see. All right. Thank you, Sharif, for the super chat. Drifting says, trust your instincts, trust and verify. Yeah. Well, that's part of what I'm attempting to do during this live stream. It just doesn't feel right. Okay. And when I think about it, all things considered, it doesn't seem right either. But first thing in the morning, I'm going to call legacy home buyers and I'm going to see whether or not they do loans outside of real estate. And I'll ask what types of loans do they do, and we'll go from there. Because it's possible that that's what Umar did, that he just took out a personal loan. I don't know. Maybe I got to think it's got to be. I don't see how he would do that though. I'm sure his credit is trash. I'm sure it's high interest. It would have to be, and he used that to pay out. Okay, we'll have to wait and see. Okay, Marianne is back again, so let me try to get her on. Yeah, are you there?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's working now.
Okay. So I do want to publicly apologize. I mean, when she came and got me, I know you go on because I work third shift, family. I work third shift. So when I had to go to the lounge, I put the television, and I have to run to the office. I'm really disheveled.
I
Um,
understand. Yeah.
I'm really disheveled. I've taken a bullet tonight, and that can't be undone. And I am a person of integrity. And we're getting, because I already called TJ. TJ said, look, I'm looking at the show too. You're going way off. Stick with the check issue. I will go straight to the bank and I will pull my receipt. But
Okay.
Mr. Honor, um, I hope you don't think I came on your channel lying or blindsided you, because that wasn't the case. I didn't sort you out. You reached out to me. And then I'm saying this as respectful as I can. I wish you would have said, Marianne, somebody brought this to my attention. I'm really troubled by it. I need to go publicly. I have to protect my integrity. I would have been on it like white on rice. I would have submit your receipt. And when you come out publicly to share this with them, but family, Yes, they brought this to my attention. I reached to Marianne. I asked her to clear out this, and here, I think that would have been handled a lot cleaner and a lot neater. That's that's my opinion, but I have a right to my opinion. You may feel like the way you handled was bad. I'm really wounded. You and I have never met in person, but you and I, for the last 4 months, have been in communication. I just thought you had an inclination of the person I am, of integrity that I bring to the table. And you know what this does today? I don't know who reached out to you. I don't know where this division is coming from. But when division comes in, it questions everything else. It's like a domino effect. That's how that goes, Mr. Honor. Like a domino effect. And then when you reach out to me, I jump on your bandwagon. I'm like, I finally met someone who knows Umar vindictive, sneaky way like I did. And then I think I think I even inbox you, said, oh my goodness, I've received so much message on Facebook, like my channel went bunker. And I reached out to you, and then I said, Mr. Honor, I got access back on the Facebook. I'm back. And then I shared the I said, I don't know what's going on, but I'm getting attacked. I think like we all want to see this man behind bars. And it looked like it's some people that are mad that this action is being taken. I have nothing to get. Listen, I don't get on YouTube. I don't solicitate anybody for money. I don't ask for anything. You understand? My goal is like this guy is horrible. He's a horrible human being. And I don't tremble when I say that. He is not a good person, family. He's not a good person. But I took a bullet tonight. And then I want you to clear my name for them, but you don't even have to give me an apology. Like at this point, an apology is not even necessary. You don't have to give an apology. But I will appreciate it when you show them the receipt. But I took a bullet.
All
Hello.
right. So tomorrow we'll be looking forward to that receipt, and if it makes any difference to you, I do believe you have it. And once you provide it, like I said, I will
Do you
report on
see
it
your
right away.
chat? Do you see your chat? Do you see the venom? Do you see the chat? Some of the response. I mean, there's one or two that show love, but do you see everybody? Well, yeah, she did this, she did that. Really, family? Are we serious right now?
Yeah. Well, let me just say this, and I know this is probably beyond. It may be beyond the scope, but I think part of the issue is the way that you came on. It didn't sit well with the chat room. There's a
Mr.
certain.
Honor,
Hope.
somebody brought to my attention, and I got on. Marianne lied. And then the thing is, I talked to Marianne about the check. So I'm like, what is this? Mr. Honor, I wish you and I would have communicated and I would have gotten stuff to you, but you came out this it's like I was frantic.
Yeah, I understand.
I'm
And like I said,
human.
yeah, I understand. And like I said in the beginning, that I had to do what I had to do to protect my integrity, and all it takes to reverse all this is simply to provide the receipts. But just to be clear about the chat room, in general, the Cookie Crush chat is fair. It's just that the manner in which you came on, and not just how you came on, but
But do you understand the matter that I came on? Do you
if I can finish,
understand? Yes.
yeah, it's not just the manner, and I understand, just like the manner that I came on too, right? It's understandable. Uh, but in my opinion, and I could be wrong, that uh, there's levels of, in my opinion, disrespect that was issued towards me that I feel was unwarranted. And I think that that's what the
How
cookie
did I
crunch.
disrespect you, Mr. Honor? How
If,
did I
if I could,
disrespect?
yeah, if I could finish.
Yes.
Um, and I think that that's part of what the cookie crunch chat is reacting to.
How did I disrespect you? How? Just please, because I raised my voice. A woman nature, we are emotional creature. That's scientific. I'm giving y'all science right now. Women, our makeup is emotional. Men are more logical. So the way I'm gonna react to bad news will be totally different the way you react to bad news. I didn't use any profanity towards you. I'm telling you guys, I give you a fake check. I come out here, tell you guys Umar paid me this money, and Umar didn't drag me in somebody's court. Come on, fam. What are we doing? That's all I was saying.
Yeah.
That's all I
Well,
was saying.
yeah, what I would encourage you to do is just maybe play it back and see if there's anything there. I'm just saying that based upon the chat room's reaction, they tend to be fair. That was part of the issue, and I could be wrong about that.
YouTube, wow, YouTube, it's been quite a journey. To be honest, I just did not foresee all of this happening. And you know what he told me? I really wish, and I understand. I mean, I don't know. You said there's a legality problem. I mean,
Hmm.
maybe someone to explain it to me better. You know, he said, yeah. I hope you learn your damn lesson. This nigga make money off of me. Now he's stabbing you. This is what he said to me. But you wouldn't let him speak this thing. You're talking about legality. Who care about the Umar legality?
No, it's an issue of my platform and how I operate on my platform.
I know,
And
but how is it against the law to have him speak? You
no,
just invited him. I'm just trying to please help me
no,
understand.
no, no. I didn't invite him onto my platform when you called him. So, in other
No,
words,
no, you said I will pay you
if I
Umar. I
if I
heard
could
you.
if I could finish, um, actually said that a couple of weeks ago. So Umar, he
No,
and
you
actually,
said that tonight, Mr. Honor.
hold, hold on. I've said it. I said it a couple of weeks ago, and I've actually said that years ago too. So that's not extraordinary. Umar knows that he can come onto my platform whenever he wants to, and I will pay him to do so, and I will debate him on FMG. But it has to be agreed upon. In other words, I can't just someone can't come onto my platform, and while I'm talking to them, they end up calling Umar because from a cybersecurity perspective, that's overstepping certain boundaries, and I can't overstep those boundaries.
Okay. Okay. So I'm not an expert on cybersecurity, and um, I'm the one who dialed. I just wish, um, you know, the chat and yourself could have heard his comment. That's what I
Yeah.
just wish.
Well,
But you know
that's what
what?
I was. Yeah, that's why I was suggesting that if that's something that you wanted to do, you
I
should do that
did
on
it
your platform.
already. I did it
Hmm.
already. You muted it, Mr. Honor. You
No,
muted.
I'm saying no. What I'm saying is that if that's something that you wanted to do, that's something that you should have done on your platform. And I'll have to say this again: that in terms of how I run my
No,
platform, let me finish. That for you to do that as you did it without even asking me if it was okay, that was a form of disrespect.
okay, okay. So this is okay. So that's the disrespect because I know I didn't call you out your name. Yes, I was loud. Okay, that's the form of respect. The reason, yes, I moved on emotion. The reason, like I dialed his number, is to tell him like you're dirty, you're sneaky. I need you to tell them you paid me that 60, but you muted it. And he's like, he stabbed. How does he know you stabbing me? It's because he's watching. He's
Yeah, well,
laughing. He's
yeah,
happy
but this
now.
is no. Well,
He's
this is what I
happy.
was. Yeah, this is what I was telling you about the whole situation with Lene. And I'll say this again for everyone, that the only person who wins when there's division amongst the ranks
It's
is
him.
Umar.
It's him. And
So
then
that's
and then
why
and then I
let me
came to
let me
you.
finish. Yeah,
Yes,
if I can finish. That's why I stated that you should reach out to Sister Lene
I
and
did. I
whatever
did
it
follow your advice.
yeah,
She blocked
if,
me.
yeah, if I can finish. To reach out to Sister Lene and seek to resolve whatever the issues happen to be, resolve them privately. And that's always my advice when these types of things come up, because they've come up
Right.
plenty of times over the years.
And then I reached out to you as a mentor. I said, you know what? People are screenshot. She's tearing me down on social media. I've never met her. I didn't reach out. Lene reached out to me. I've never met her. I spoke to the woman once on the phone. And then if you guys go back to my video, I have nothing but kind words. I chastised Umar for talking about a black woman like that. I don't understand where that's coming from. I came to you as a mentor because you put me on. You put me on YouTube, Mr. Honor.
I'll put a lot of people on. I'll put a
I
lot of
don't know
people
about
on.
a lot of people, but I know you put me on. And
Quick
then
question chat
even for
in the chat.
technical issue, I come to you
Yeah,
as a
I
mentor.
know, but let me be clear about this. Quick question chat. Have I put a lot of people on over these many years? Hit the one. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is because in my experience, um, it's never worked out well for me. And that's why at this point, I have to be careful with who I'm promoting. And if there's any ambiguity, anything that if there's a hole in the cheese, as it were, I have to nip it in the bud right away. And that's what I was seeking to do here tonight.
Okay. And I wholeheartedly agree with you. The point that I'm saying, based on our relationship, you've always reached out to me. Hey, send me this and that. This is the nature of relationship. Someone brought this to your attention. I wish you would have reached out to me. Let me respond, and then you go publicly. Mr. Honor, you went publicly. I've taken the bullet, Mr. Honor. I've
Yeah.
already taken the
All
bullet.
right, let me
We
be
can't
clear about.
undo me taking the bullet, Mr. Honor.
Listen, it's this simple. I had to
Even
do
if
what I
we
had to
give
do.
them receipt up to their neck, I've already taken the bullet tonight. I don't know if you're understanding the point that I'm making. I've taken the bullet
Yeah,
tonight.
you stated that many times. Let me be clear about something that at the end of the day, I have to protect my integrity. I did reach out to you to ask you about this, and I waited, and I didn't get a response. I know you were at work, so it is what it
No,
is. So I had to.
at the at later in the evening, I lay down, I get up so I could function at night. My sleeping
Mhm.
pattern is different from you guys who were daytimers. Honor, you know,
Yeah,
when I
yeah,
reach out to you, I chat with you nighttime,
yeah. I
or
understand,
I'll
but
send you a text extremely early in the morning.
okay.
So
Well,
you
we
reach out to me, Miss Shonda. It hadn't even been 24 hours. I haven't even seen your message when you went
okay,
live. That's all I'm saying.
okay, and I understand where you're
Just
coming
like
from.
you felt hurt, I felt hurt too. I'm human, so am I not allowed to bleed?
Again, I just have to say that it's this simple. From my vantage point, it's this simple. Tomorrow you'll provide the receipt. Once the receipt
Okay.
is provided, um, I will go live. I will
No,
cover it.
you don't have to
Eh,
go live. You don't have.
Uh,
No, you'll go live with the receipt, but please, you could spare me the apology. You could spare me the apology. That's unbelievable. I thought we're on the same team. We want to
all right.
see this man taken down.
Okay, Sister Marianne.
Yes, Miss
Uh,
Honor.
yeah, it's clear to me.
I'm not against you. You brought me
No, no,
on
no.
YouTube. I'm not attacking you. I'm just reaching
Okay.
out.
Yeah, I didn't say that, but I'm telling you that it's clear, and I'll be waiting for the receipt tomorrow. And once that's provided, we'll move forward from there.
Thank you, Miss Honor. And then publicly, um, I apologize for losing my temper. I apologize for getting extremely emotional. Um, that is something I'm new to YouTube, but that is something I will guard my emotion moving forward. And then, as a rule of thumb, I'm not going on anyone's channel. Um, YouTube has some murky water. It's just it's a different space. And then with family, I want you all to know when I get off the air, I make a difference in my community. There's nothing shady about my integrity. Nothing. And then Mr. Honor said he does cyber security. I don't know if what I did, but I gave you the lead detective on from Cleveland headquarters. The way this investigation go, they explained it to me. They will reach Umar's home state, Philly, investigate take place there because this is where he resides, and then where the school is physically located. And when local law enforcement are done, it's turned into BCI. That's Bureau of Criminal Investigation. If an arrest needs to be made, BCI. I was told that is who will make the arrestment. If legal charges has to be brought up to him, that is who will submit to a court of law for legal charges to be brought on Umar. You understand, family? So Umar already know, because his local department, they already reached out to him to inform him there's an investigation taking. They have to inform him. He knows, family. He knows Umar's under extreme pressure. That's why he's getting on, giving us all this baloney video. He didn't even open the door to show us the school, fam. He didn't even open the. And then I got on here with my big mouth. I told you guys about these elaborate charts that he shared with us. He didn't even show y'all, because he like, damn, she beat me to it. That presentation he did on Valentine, those elaborate charts were supposed to be part of that presentation. I beat him to his own game, to the punches. Did we see inside the school? And then you do cybersecurity. Those 3 rooms he showed us, examine those 3 rooms and examine them with whenever, if he ever showed inside the school. How do we know that was inside FDMG? We need to see him open the door and give us a walkthrough. I'm not listen, I have 3 beautiful children that I'm raising. I am a mother. I am active in my church. I am active in my community. You understand? I'm going to come in here and just sit here and lie. What y'all think? I'm some kind of nutcase? And then, Miss Honor, I shared with you the incident with Marsha Fudge. I said, you know what? Somebody brought it up. They distort the whole thing. I share that with you, Mr. Honor. I talk to you because I view you as a mentor. I share that with you. Well, if family, and I told Ms. Honor, I will address this. Let me tell you, Aisha Frazier was a friend of mine, a friend. Her husband was
I'm
a
not.
sitting judge, and
Yeah,
he
I'm not
killed
familiar.
this girl. Well, you cybersecurity, you could pull it up. So they pull up a clip of something and they distort the whole story. And I said to Ms. Honor, I need to come publicly. There's court document, this, everything. I'm an activist. We unset Marsha Fudge. You understand, family? I'm an activist. So when I came on here, I got on YouTube. Y'all know me for Umar, but I'm moving in my community before I got on YouTube. I believe in making changes. And I apologize. I apologize that you felt hurt, because while I kept texting in, I'm like, please, somebody tell him I'm here. I don't have no credit card. I'm at work. I'm like, tell him I'm here so he could bring me up. I must have sent you 8 or 9. Look at the chat. 8 or 9 messages trying to tell you I'm here to bring me up, because I'm so frazzled here trying to figure out, my God, what's going on here. Now, I was in my feeling. So whatever consequences, these people headquarters, hey, you gave the lead investigation. I don't know. I did. You're cybersecurity, so you probably know better than I am. But you bet I know they're gonna bombard that headquarters with phone call tomorrow. That's how YouTube are. That's how YouTube operate.
Okay. Well, tomorrow I will be anxiously waiting for the verification, and then we'll move on from there. We'll see how things go.
Thank you, Mr. Honor. And again,
Yeah.
Cookie Track, CCC, I'm frazzled. I want to apologize for coming so emotional. I was just like distraught when I got this. I don't know who's behind this, but he served me well. I called them, but he served me well laughing. He think it was funny. But I gave him a piece of my mind. But okay, thank you. And then
Okay. Yeah.
I will
Yeah.
be
Well.
okay.
Okay. Thank you so much, sis. Okay. I got a really interesting email too. I'm not going to read it here, but it's really, really interesting. I want to thank everyone again for. I'm going to get to all these
Can
super
you
chats.
hang me up? I don't know how to hang this up.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll.
And
Okay.
I'm sure.
All right. Yeah, I'm going to get to the rest of these super chats real quick. There's a gang of them, but hey, I'm not going to work tomorrow. Well, it's not going to happen. Let's go. There's more I can say, but I'm going to leave it at that. Things are a lot more clearer. And then tomorrow we'll wait for verification. Right. Okay, let me get back in here. So this was drifting. Says trust your instincts, trust and verify. Yeah. I think that the trust has always been there. It's just an issue of verification. And again, that's my bad. I didn't verify, and that's what I'm asking for now. I think that's fair. Blockley says Valerian smells like smelly socks, but it works. Yeah. Okay, I'll look it up. Is it a root? Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm sure I can find it on Amazon. I'll give it a try. All right. Let's see. Sharif says, never trust someone who don't use. No, don't do that. Let's not do that. Tippity Tappity says, eating 2 kiwi fruits may improve sleep quality. Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Tippity Tappity. It's just stressors. That's really what it is. I've had a lot on my plate for a couple of years now. But it is what it is. Thank you, Tippity Tappity. Pink Lady says real checks don't say pay up to a certain amount. Yeah, that's true. That's another thing that was concerning. They say pay to the order of blah blah. I'm sorry, it gives giving fake. Yeah, again, we'll see. She'll provide the receipt tomorrow. She either will or she won't, and then we'll move on from there. It's just it was very concerning. All right, and let me just be clear. I know how Umar works too. I've studied Umar extensively, and the reason why I had to come on as soon as possible, and I did reach out to Sister Mary Ann before I did so, was because if I had not, Umar would have used this to his advantage. So even though this is a downturn in this Umar Johnson saga, which is a marathon, in my opinion, and knowing how things work, especially here on YouTube, it's going to turn into something much more positive down the line. Not right away, but down the line. Okay. All right. Thank you, Pinky, for the super chat. Freaka Beat says Miss Mary Ann is in the building, but yeah, this was from earlier. I didn't know that she was in there, but we got her on, and we had the conversation. Thank you so much, Freaka Beat, for super chat. Conservative Unicorn says, Leonard, you have been nothing but honest. If you don't feel right, you don't. I rock with you. She is in the chat. Yeah, this is from earlier. Yeah. It doesn't seem right, you know. But again, if she provides receipts, it's all good. Thank you so much for the super chat. And I apologize for getting to these so late. Some of these are from like 2 hours ago. Right? Thank you so much. Dr. Frat says, drop the link. Marianne is in the chat. Thank you so much. We got her in. Shay Pivot sent to the super sticker. Thank you so much, Shay. I appreciate that. Pierre says, Umar Thug Valentine has been a while. Yeah, Umar's Thug Valentine has been a wild saga. It sure has been. Vanta says, please, this is Sister Lene. She says, please also ask how she started a federal investigation and clear to talk openly about it. Yeah, I didn't ask her about that, and that wasn't the point of me doing the sloshing. Most specifically is dealing with the check. That's all, and verification on that. And I believe she'll provide it tomorrow. Right? Thank you, Vanta, for the super chat. I mean, Lene, for the super chat. Christina says, why are you hollering at Lenon? He has a right to bring this up. Yeah, I do agree. I do have a right to bring it up. And again, it's about maintaining integrity. It needed to be done, and I stand by that. Again, I think the hollering, it's in my opinion, it's misdirected. Okay. I've been nothing but gracious to people. And I've helped a lot of people. I've gotten a lot of people that started back in the day. I helped them to improve their channels. I've got people subscribers and all this kind of stuff. And unfortunately, what history has shown me is that inevitably things go left. And so I'm hoping that this doesn't do that. But if it does, then I'm still going to stay on the mission. So thank you, Christina, for the super chat. Yo, that's money. Mike, what's up, man? Says, why would you be scared to deposit a check into your personal account? Well, I think it's because how the check itself, there's a lot of discrepancies on there. You know, we've covered it in the beginning of this live stream, and some of it is concerning. It is. Again, the phone number that's on there, I did research into that. And I have skills to do that, I should say. We were taught that when I was in college. And the phone number is associated with scams, right? So that was a problem right there. And then, of course, on the check, it says, disclaimer, this is not a real check. And then it says to receive the real cash offer, call, and then there's a phone number there. That's why I looked up the phone number and then I actually called. And what comes back is legacy home buyers. Now, it's possible that what Umar did was he took out a loan from legacy home buyers. It's possible. I'm gonna call them. I'll call them in the morning and see what more information I can get, and I'll report back to you guys. All right. Thank you for the super chat. Jackie says, I thought she gave the check to Dolores. I think what they did was they looked into it. That's what that was about. But that ultimately she took it and deposited it. And the fact she said she deposited that same check, that's what it sounds like to me. I could be wrong, but that's what she sounded like to me. And that it did clear. And then she put it into a separate account that she opened up, and then she withdrew the money, closed that account, and then put it into another account. Right. Okay. Thank you, Jackie. National League says that is not a normal response, not at the job. Yeah, that's a whole nother issue. That's why they asked if she wanted to maybe come on tomorrow, what have you. We could have done that too. Again, I don't think, in my opinion, because I've been at this a long time, I don't think that it is overwhelmingly negative. As an example, what I tend to think about is, okay, is something a bad look? It's like on the spectrum. Is it a bad look? Yeah, that's probably a bad look. Is it a problem though? Maybe not. Is it a problem? Yeah, okay, maybe it is a problem. Okay, well then how do you rectify that? And for me, it was to step on here and to address this directly right away, because I know how Umar is, right? So he can't come back tomorrow and say, hey, listen, this and this and such, and Lenon, he's been lying on me this whole time, and blah blah blah. Okay, well that discredit. Some people may accept that, and then the documentary that I'm working on, that would also be compromised too, and I can't have that. I'm sticking with the mission, and I'm going to complete the mission, even with the ups and downs. Real talk. So thank you, National League. Christina says long shark is borrowing. Yeah, I think she meant like a loan shark. Isn't that what it is? Or maybe there's another term. Let me see. I think that's what she meant. Yeah. There are long sharks, but that's a species. Or but I think what she meant to say is loan shark. That's when I thought that maybe Umar took out a loan. Yeah. We'll wait and see. We'll wait and see tomorrow. Okay. Thank you, Christina. The mental chiropractor sent in a super sticker. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I like that term too. Mental chiropractor. I need some of that right now. Thank you for the super chat. Princess Jasmine sent in a super sticker. Thank you so much. Simply Complicated says, Mary Ann, can you just show the memorandum? It's public record if there is a lawsuit. Yeah, I haven't seen all of that. If memory serves me correctly, like I was saying, I thought she did send me for the when Umar tried to sue her, and I think we even went over that, and that's when he tried to sue her for $500,000. But all the other legal stuff, I haven't seen any receipts on that, so that's why I've been hesitant to bring that up, and I've been very careful dealing with that. Yeah, same thing with Umar feigning. You guys remember? I haven't seen any receipts on that. Now, is it possible that it happened? Yeah. Do I think it happened? Yeah. But I still say alleged until I actually see proof of that. Okay? And it may surface at some point. It may not. Okay. Thank you, Simply Complicated. And we'll see how things progress, because there should be some sort of documentation that becomes public record at some point. Right. Okay. 1115. Asmar says, Lenon, I think Umar took a loan from a loan shark to pay Mary Ann. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. That's how in my mind, I'm making this work. That's why the check looked like it did and all this other stuff. That's in my mind. That's how I kind of put the pieces together. But we'll see tomorrow. She says she's going to provide a receipt, and I believe she will. Okay. Thank you so much for the super chat. East B says, we apologize, Miss Mary Ann. Okay. Yeah, the cooker chat, maybe there's been people cutting up in there. Okay. Thank you for being a member for 11 months. Conservative Unicorn says, listen, y'all, this is cap. All she has to do is calm down and show receipts, which she's not. She's tripping for nothing. She is acting just like Umar right now. Well, again, I give her the benefit of the doubt. And I think I was very gracious when she was on. There was questions that I was trying to ask to get more clarity and to get verification. As of right now, the verification is not there. There's more clarity, but right now the verification is not there. But I expect to see that tomorrow, and I'll cover it. Okay. Thank you, Conservative Unicorn. Vixen says Umar Johnson borrowed from Legacy. Legacy paid Mary Ann. Umar Johnson owes. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Okay, first thing in the morning, I'm going to give them a call. I'll give them a call and I'll ask them whether or not they do personal loans or what types of loans. What are the other I don't know, financial vehicles they may offer or loans, types of loans that they may issue. But on the Better Business Bureau, it specifically says that this is for real estate. And the other thing is that it's located in Cleveland, Ohio. I don't, why would he go to do this in? I don't know. Yeah, it don't make no sense to me. But we'll see tomorrow. Okay? Thanks, Vixen. Princess Jasmine says unbelievable. Sharif says Umar is loud too. Okay. Sean says you don't have to go to the bank to show a deposit. You can check that on your phone. Yeah, that's possible too. But we'll see how she provides a receipt. That'll be for tomorrow. I'm sure everyone will be anxiously waiting for that. And I most definitely will be. Excuse me. Yeah, I do not want to use PTO tomorrow, but I'm gonna have to because I ain't gonna have enough sleep to get through my workday tomorrow. Let's see. Someone said, let's see. The only way that check was cleared is if they at the company, if they were at the company and they verified that check. If not, it would have definitely been fraud. Yeah. Well, the check goes back to a business in Cleveland, Ohio. Yeah. Okay. And thanks, Sean Fossey, for the super chat. Next couple of days, we'll tell all show improve. Yeah. We'll just wait for verification. Thank you so much for the super chat. Sheree says she's smitten with Umar, and Umar was not attracted her. I don't think so. I don't think that that's the case at all. Somebody give her an Oscar. She still hasn't explained why the check didn't pan out. Guilty. Well, from what she said, the check did pan out. So she's going to provide the proof tomorrow. That's what she says. But I don't think so. I don't think that this was an issue of her being attracted to Umar. Yeah, I don't think that that's the issue. And the reason why I said that is because Umar has a history of when women have come forward to expose him, if they were intimate or if there was some sort of a romance type of situation, that Umar uses that as the point of attack. And that's what evil does. It looks for that weakest moment or that weakest link in you at that time or in your past. Right. So, yeah, I don't think that it was an issue of, her wanting Umar on that level. I just think that for Sister Marianne, it's the betrayal part. Umar betrayed her to the extreme, Again, we'll see tomorrow. Thank you, Sharif. Sonia says, this major point valid. Umar would be dragging her if she was lying about anything. That's true. That's true. The thing, though, is that it may be, well, I'm just speculating here, that Umar, he's not in a position to say anything, because if he puts any attention on her and then people on Sister Mary Ann Lorient, and then people see what she's saying and she shows it's all there, that what she's exposed Umar on, right? I'm talking about stuff with receipts and verification. Umar knows that will be extremely damaging to him. So that's what I think. Okay, and I could be wrong about it, but that's what I think. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see tomorrow. And again, all the other issues, the legal issues, those are things that are beyond the scope for me because I haven't seen verification on. But I expect, because I believe her, I expect tomorrow to see the verification on the check. Thank you, Sonia, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Smitty Boy says, I don't like her tone. She hasn't been straight up with the questions you asked here, Uncle Lenon. All that yelling is unnecessary. She's playing victim. Yeah, I didn't particularly care for that, the yelling and in general. Well, the thing is, I rarely have people on anyway. Even deciding to have Lenon on earlier in the year last year, I was hesitant about that because I've been through this many times. And then based upon one of the interviews that I did with Sister Lenon, that's when Marianne had posted under there. And she was talking about her experience with Umar. And I simply asked if you wanted to come and share. So I have to say that even the notion that I reached out to her, I don't think that that's an accurate representation of what actually took place. And the reason why I say that is because it was on my platform that she left a comment. I simply responded to the comment, and then that grew into me having her on. That's neither here nor there, but I'm saying that in all fairness. Again, it's I didn't like the tone, and I just think that it was disrespectful, and not being able to ask a question, and I just thought it was too much, because in my mind it's simple: verification, and once the verification is had, then we move forward. And then what it does is with the verification, then it strengthens everything all across the board for everyone involved, right? Except Umar, right? All right, but it is what it is. Thank you, Smitty boy, appreciate you. Dr. Frat says, take a screenshot of the deposit from the mobile banking app. Yeah, but again, she's on the phone at that time. She's on here, so that may have been a little bit difficult. But what I would expect is tomorrow she'll provide the appropriate receipts, and then like I said, we'll go from there. I can't say it any more succinctly or clearly than that. There is a poll, and I'm almost done with these super chats. We broke a record for super chats too, by the way. Thank you guys. Different kind of show, but it is what it is. The poll question is, what do you think about the check? 10% said it is legit. 27% said it is suspicious. 21% said it appears to be fake, and 43% says I don't know yet. Now, the truth is that some of you guys may have a different opinion now than from when I initially posted the poll. What I think about the check, I think it's suspicious. That's why I brought it up tonight. Do I think that it's legit? I can't say yet until I see the proof. Does it appear to be fake? There are things on there that would lead me to think that something's not right, but I could be wrong about that. Okay, so we'll see tomorrow. All right. All right. Thank you, Dr. Frat. I appreciate it. Drifting says that is not a real check. Advertising phishing. Yeah, that's what it appears to me to be, based upon it is limited research. Doesn't have much time based upon the research that I did, but I give her the benefit of the doubt. Thank you, Drifting Forza. Turd Curdle. What in the world? Esquire. The small print at the bottom of the image states, based on the image Mary Ann provided, this is a marketing tactic rather than a legal payment. That's what I thought. But I give her the benefit of the doubt. Okay. I'm sure that there are people in the chat room, because they say this about me all the time, that sometimes I'm too fair. Some of y'all probably say I'm a little naive. That's not it. That's not it. What it is that I always tend to give people the benefit of the doubt until they prove that they're unworthy of it. Maybe it's a character flaw, right? But it's not naivety, and it's not me, overdoing it with trying to be understood. That's not it. So we'll see tomorrow. Another thing too is, while I researched the phone number, it came back as it's a scam situation, historically speaking, right? Again, that number could be from 5 years ago or 6 years ago. Again, I'm giving the benefit of the doubt, and that this new company, that Legacy Home Buyers, that it's a legitimate company, and that they're issuing loans, that they're a lender, and that it's possible that they lent money to Umar for him to pay this. Okay. Thank you, Turd Curdle. Yeah, it'd be nice to have some lawyer, someone who's into that, but hey, it is what it is. Thank you. Ashokya says, Mary Ann, Umar ain't picking up for you. Yeah, she said that he got on the line, because I'm sure he's still watching it right now. Okay. And Umar, I want you to be clear, you ain't won nothing. Right. I've been at this for a very long time. There's ups and downs. Okay. And I know that after this issue is resolved, this will bring more heat on you later on. Okay. That's that old saying, you may be playing checkers, but we playing chess. Okay. Even me coming on here tonight is a chess move. Okay? Some people may disagree on it, but I don't give a shit. Thank you, Shotya, for the super chat. Aunt Turner says, regardless if he paid her, she still sent a fake check to post publicly. I got this one earlier. In my opinion, that makes me question her integrity. Yeah, but again, the question is it a fake check? She said that she was able to cash it. So we'll see the receipt tomorrow. Yeah, I got this one earlier too. Nice car too, by the way. G Pink says, "Don't let her get upset. She's being disrespectful. That check fake as a BBL. Cut it out. Now she can scream at me. That's not how you handle things." Yeah. I didn't particularly like the tone, but I think I dealt with it the best way that I could, right, and remain calm. Thank you, G Pink, for the super chat. Alakia says, "Mary Ann, we just wanted to understand, did you cash the exact check you were issued?" Yeah, another check once you signed the non-disclosure. Yeah, that's all. Okay, and I didn't ask the question as astutely as you did here or as succinctly, but that's what the question that I was asking. Was it the same check? Because this check right here, it's something ain't right with it. At least that's what it appears to be to me. And like I said, that's why I asked the question. I think it was logic and reason. If Sister Mary Ann and her lawyer felt some way about it, that they were concerned about it, then is it okay for us to do the same? And in my opinion, yes, it is, especially when we talk about integrity on my YouTube page. Right? And I had to address it tonight because I know how Umar is. Thank you, Alakia for the super chat. Just a point says, "So much is at risk just to prove a point." Yeah, well, hopefully it'll be proven tomorrow and we can move on. We'll see. Yeah, I do see, though. I do see. Thank you so much. Kitwana says, "This went sideways real quick." yeah, it kind of did. Yeah, well, but again, I think later on down the line, this will help overall. Okay, just right now, this is a downturn, most definitely. Okay, thank you, Kitwana. Curls, Cake, and Cookie says, "The math ain't mathing. That's not a check." Yeah, there's a lot of people who said that. Right? Again, like I said, we'll see tomorrow. All right, I got to do these real quick because I got to go to bed. Well, I ain't even going to be able to sleep. I already know that. But I got to get up off here. Give me something to eat or something. Conservative Unicorn also says, "Oh, she is getting on my nerves. Answer the question and send the screenshot. She's screaming and acting acting crazy for what?" Well, I just think she got emotional. And when she called back in later, I think she was more calm. So that was good. But again, I just have to say that I just think it's misdirected because I don't think that I know I didn't say anything that I was saying that she did something inappropriate or that she's, making things up. I never said that. What I asked for was verification. That's all. And it wasn't over the top. It wasn't dramatic. It wasn't putting a hot sauce on anything. It was as simple as that. And so the solution should be, in my opinion, should be something as simple as providing the proof. And hopefully that'll take place tomorrow, right? Thank you, Conservative Unicorn. Sharif says, "Why didn't you take him to court? Stop capping." No, well, that's a separate issue. This situation right here, it's a payout, and it for the $68,600. It's supposed to be a payout specifically for the problems that Umar Johnson caused with the making of Awaken, plus stress that he caused in Sister Mary Ann's life. And some other things too. Okay, so that's separate than these other issues, like with the class action lawsuit and the federal case. That's something separate. Thank you, Sharif. Okay, Andromeda says settlement checks have two parts: the sample check, not real, and the real check. And this could be the sample check, but from what I understood, and I could be wrong. I'll listen back to this. Maybe I won't listen back to this. From what I understand, this is the check that she cashed, though. So there's a sample check which is not real, and then the real check. My settlement was the same. She showed you the sample of the real, and that could be the case. But from what I understood, and I'd asked her a couple of times, she said this is the check that she deposited. Right, and then what she said was she deposited. Once it cleared, she took it out of that account, withdrew it out of that account, closed that account, and then put it into her other account, one of her other accounts. Okay. Okay, thank you for that too, Andromeda. Yeah, you're the one who was posting too. Because that's what you were calling a disclaimer check. So you could be right about that. You could be absolutely right. Right, and we'll see tomorrow. Thank you. Princess Jasmine says, "If I'm not mistaken, did she say she cashed a check at a different bank than she did the first time?" What I understood was, and maybe I do need to go back and listen. What I understood was that she got the check, the one that's in dispute right now, and that the lawyer looked at it, and because they were concerned, and instead of putting it into her regular account, because she talked about this, she opened up another account and deposited there, and then it cleared there. She didn't. I don't remember her saying that they sent her another check and that's the one that she cashed. That's not what I heard. And ultimately she took that check, the same one that we showed here, deposited it, and then once it cleared, she withdrew it and put it into her other account, banking and then institution, and then closed that account. That's what I understand, right? Thank you, Princess Jasmine. Smitty Boy says, this is not making any sense. She's moving the goalpost once again. She could easily pull the receipts from a mobile banking. Everyone has mobile banking nowadays. Her shouting is extremely triggering. Yeah, that was a bit difficult, but I went with it. I was gracious and I was very patient, maybe too patient, but I did the best that I could with the situation. Okay. Thanks, Smitty Boy. I appreciate you. Vic Auto Care says Umar used legacy as a front to pay her. Yeah, that's what it sounds like. And I'm hoping that that's what all this leads to, right? That's what maybe they issue loans outside of real estate. It's possible, right? Who knows? Ain't no telling. Okay, and I also stated, and I want to say this again, we're almost done too with these super chats, that there's legacy home buyers, and then there's also legacy home buyers LLC. And it appears to be two separate companies. And the LLC one has a lot of issues, including that it's not accredited. And there are reports dealing with scamming and stuff. Yeah. Again, we're dealing with Umar, so who knows? Ain't no telling. Thank you, Vix Otto. Sharif says she's a master at filibuster, gaslighting, and steering the conversation. She's a smitten and torn cult member. Bottom line, how did you cash a fake check? And again, we got to see whether or not she'll provide the proof tomorrow. Either she will or she won't. The other stuff, listen, I'm at the end of the day, I just want to get to the truth. And the reason why is because I have to protect my reputation and my credibility. And I will do that no matter what. Okay? Either way, I'm going to be apologizing tomorrow. Okay? It'll either be to Sister Marianne or it'll be to Umar. We'll see. Okay? Before we close this out, I'm very clear about this, that I have to stay humble, have a spirit of appreciation, and know that the Lord giveth and the Lord taketh. And that humble piece is very important to all of this. Because if I was into ego and then I start ego tripping, then it gets emotional, then I'm going off. No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. Stay humble and get through it step by step. So I'm not so worried about all that. I just need the verification. That's the most important thing to me. Okay? Thank you, Sharif. TJ says, Lenon gave you the benefit of the doubt, Miss Lorient. Lenon gave you the benefit of the doubt, Miss Lorient. He gave you a platform. The least you can do is be respectful towards him. Yeah, I'm not going to say that I feel disrespected. I just feel that how I was spoken to and some of the things that were said were disrespectful, but I don't take offense to it. I'm not like that. That's the humble part. The mission is the mission, and that's the goal. And whatever ups and downs I got to go through, and I've been through a whole bunch of them. Whatever ups and downs I got to go through, I got to go through them. It's that simple. That's why, Umar, I know you're still watching. Let's just be clear about that. Let's be clear about that. All right. Thanks, TJ. She says Lene was right. Right about what? I think did she? I think she emailed me. Yeah, she did, because I responded back. Yeah, some of y'all sending me messages. I can't get to all of these. So someone said, this is the first time I'm hearing Marianne say anything about loan sharks. When you take a loan from loan sharks, yes, they do have very high interest rates. That's what I stated. But loan sharks typically operate outside the law to avoid paper trails. So they avoid giving out checks unless they got some new front hustle going on with the banks. Man, continue to show your integrity. The truth will always come forth, bro. Thank you so much. Yeah, all the way across the board, it just doesn't seem right. And I'm not just saying that emotionally. It just doesn't seem right, um, intellectually and with critical thought. But we'll see tomorrow. Okay? Well, I shouldn't say that. You know who you are. Between you and I, no routing number on the check. Sometimes in your actions on the show, tell me you know what's coming. Tomorrow we will wait and see. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It does. It does say artificial watermark. I don't know if I read. Yeah, I think I read that out. Yeah, yeah. And there was no routing number, but again, it could, like I said, it could be a disclaimer check. Yeah, someone said, would the bank cash a check that says this is not a real check? Between you and I, that's hard for me to get past. If that is explained, then everything you can move forward with verification. Yeah, we'll see tomorrow. Okay. Thank you, Sharif. Akeem says, liar, liar, pants on fire. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to call her a liar. She has an opportunity to provide the receipts tomorrow, and I believe she will. Okay. Thank you, Akeem. Marv says, do you really believe Umar would qualify for a $68,000 loan? No, I don't think so. And I kind of mentioned that too. That doesn't make any sense. But it could be some shady dealings that he has. Who knows? I mean, he could be taking donation money and washing it and then I don't know. I don't know how he's criminal minded. Ain't no telling. Wash it and I don't know. I don't know. What do these criminals do? Y'all tell me. Wash it and I don't know. But yeah, $68,000 loan, that don't sound right either. Now I think about it, Marv V. Yeah. Maybe a $6. Let me stop. Okay, thank you. Okay. All right, I gotta do the rest of these real quick. Wow. SH Place says the truth is hard to see in the fog of war. Emotions are running high. Sometimes it's best to let the dust settle and pick it up. Yeah, I agree with this. That's why I remain calm, and I think that I was patient. I think that I was more than patient. Again, I don't see this as one event that's overwhelmingly major. I just see this as part of, like I said recently, none of this is taking place in a vacuum. There's plenty of people that came back in the day. They gone. They ain't dealing with this anymore. There's people who are still around. So some people leave for a while. They come back. It's a marathon. It really is. And I'm here to run the race. And not to sprint. That's not what I do. So it's better to just remain calm, take it step by step, and then let time tell the truth. That's what we're gonna do tonight. We'll see you tomorrow. All right. Thank you, SH Play. I appreciate you. Mars V says loan sharks don't give checks, they give you cash. Yeah, I can see that too, but it may be that she's referring, well, I don't know. I'm gonna call in the morning. I'm gonna call legacy home buyers and we're gonna see. We're gonna see tomorrow. I think that's fair. It's been accredited since 2024, September 20th of 2024. It opened March 28th of 2024. The business itself started November 17th of 2023. It's a sole proprietorship. Yeah. Yeah, Mars, I'm gonna call tomorrow, right? And I'll report back. Thank you for the super chat. D. Charles says, why would a loan shark be at the table with them? I don't know. But again, Umar's shady, so I wouldn't put it past him. Don't tell him what's going on. See, Umar, this may have been a play for Umar, setting all this up a long time ago. And I don't mean to go here, but let me go here. It's possible that listen, I'm just throwing this out there. It's possible that Hope Blue is in cahoots with Umar and decided today to post that on my YouTube page. It's possible. I don't think so, but it's possible. Okay, again, this Umar Johnson saga is a trip. It's always been a trip. Well, all right. Thanks, D. Charles. Shawnee this sounds like a big misunderstanding. She didn't say she deposited that check. I thought she did. She said she signed paperwork and the money was deposited, more than likely directly from the company into her account. Okay, but see, the company would be legacy home buyers, though. And if that's the case, then there's some other stuff going on here. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I believe that she will have the receipt tomorrow, right? And like I said, I will get on here and apologize one way or the other. Either I'm apologizing to her or I'm apologizing to Umar. right? I'll be apologizing to y'all too, either way. Okay, and someone had said again, I got to reiterate this, that it could have, and I said this earlier on, way earlier on, that it could be a disclaimer check is what she showed, but that's not what she stated when she was on. And maybe there's clarity that needs to take place on that too. Thank you, Shani, for the super chat. SH Play says, yes, people can't hear when their feelings are hurt. Yeah, I get that. I get that. The only thing that I can say to that, and it just keeps coming to mind, is that it's a marathon. You know, it's a marathon. So when you're running a marathon, there's no need to sprint. When you sprint, you get emotional. But if you want to win this race, and I've been at it a long time, more consistently than probably anybody else. What I've learned is that you take it day by day, and you don't sprint in a marathon. So anything that happens along the way, you just take it and you deal with it, and then you stay steady. So Umar, he may feel an uptick right now, but if this goes right, then later on this will strengthen things, and Umar, things are going to be even more difficult for you. Okay, thanks, SH Play. Lux says you can't deposit a check without a routing and account number. Yeah, but again, like I said, and I know I keep saying it, this could be a disclaimer check. There was no account information on the check. Legacy home buyers don't lend money. They exchange money for ownership of your house. That's what I was thinking. Because when I made the phone call, if you guys listen, and I'm not suggesting that anyone does that, but if you listen, they actually tell you, okay, give me. They're asking for information, and what it sounds like is that it's called legacy home buyers. What they're asking for is information about your property, or at least leave some information so that when they contact you back, they can see whether or not a deal could be made. So, do they lend money? I don't know that yet. I'm gonna call in the morning. Do I think that they do? Not for personal like that. Not to someone like Umar. I wouldn't think that they would. Does that make sense? But again, we're dealing with Umar. Ain't no telling what's going on with all this. Right? Thanks, Luxa. That's a good point. New Princess became a new member. Thank you so much, Princess. I appreciate that. All eyes on me. Shout out to Tuba. Says it doesn't sound like she's going to show a check with Umar's name on it. She's deflecting because she's lying. I don't think she's lying. I don't think so. And the thing is that she could just simply send me the check that has her name on it and Umar's name, or it could have the name of, because there has to be some paperwork associated with this, dealing with legal paperwork, and she could simply show that. And she doesn't even have to do that publicly. She can just show it to me, and then I'll get back on here and I'll tell you guys, hey, listen, I saw the receipts. Okay, but I haven't seen that yet, and that's why the clarification needs to take place. And I think that that's absolutely fair, right? Again, I don't think she's lying. I never said that she was. And tomorrow we'll see. And thank you so much for the super chat. Aunt Turner says, if the deposit is not from last year and exactly $68,600, then we know the check she sent you was not deposited. If the check is not from last year and exactly 68, I see what you're saying. Exactly 68,600. Then we know the check she sent you was not deposited. Yeah, so the check should have dates on it, and the date should correlate to the time in and around where she said that she received the check, right? And then the deposit should also be indicative of the time when she says that she deposited the check. Yeah, we'll look for that. Yeah, that's a good point. Thank you, Aunt Turner. Yeah, and then it should be for 68,600. Ike says you can't deposit a check that says void or invalid. Yeah. And in this case, it says disclaimer, this is not a real check. To receive your real cash offer, as if they're offering cash, but the phone number goes to legacy home buyers, so they would be the ones offering the cash. But the cash for what? On behalf of Umar? Hey, that's the Umar Johnson saga. Thank you guys for your patience too. 513 says there was no MICR line on the bottom of the check. How it get deposited? No bank would accept that. You mean to where it can be signed? That's what you're talking about? MCR magnetic, yeah, none of that's on there. Yeah, none of that's on there. Magnetic ink character recognition line. Yeah, I didn't see any of that. Yeah, it looks like a check, like if there's a company that's just like a spam mail or whatever, and they send you stuff, like a loan, you want this loan, blah, blah, blah. That's what it looks like. And then you call them and it'll say up to a certain amount. That doesn't mean that that it's guaranteed or that you're qualified for that amount, but then you call the number on that check, or that it's not a real check, that it's an advertisement. You call, and then what they do is they talk with you to see what type of loan that they can make to you. That's what it looks like to me. Okay. Thank you for the super chat. Luxa says the only receipt I would accept is a copy of the deposited check. Yeah, not a copy of the deposit. Worked in banking for 12 years. Makes sense. Yeah, you're right about that. So a copy of the actual deposited check. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, we'll see. Okay. Everyone doing okay in the chat room? I know this was heavy tonight. Let me read this poll. We had over 2,190 votes on the poll. What do you think about the check? 10% said it is legit. 27% said it is suspicious. 21% said it appears to be fake. And 43% said, I don't know yet. Right. I hope everyone's okay. Right. Thank you, Luxa, for the super chat. Urea, what's up, man? Says it may hurt a bit, but the masterclass in masculinity is made for a case study. Umar, take. I hear you on that. It may hurt a bit, but the masterclass in masculinity is made for a case study. Umar, take notes. Yeah. So you know what the deal is. Yeah, you know what the deal is. I have to say I was taken back. And the reason why is because my own wife don't talk to me like that. Never have. And I'm old school with it. I am. See, I'm one of them type of men that if it's snowing and rain outside and we go get groceries and we get out we come out the store and we got a gang of groceries, go and get in the car, I'm gonna put the groceries away. I'll put it inside the trunk. My wife, she's used to that. And my sons, they do that, especially my younger son, because he's a great helper. One time we were out and it was cold. It wasn't raining or anything, but it was cold. And men don't have the women exposed to elements. You don't do that. And we were getting close to the car, and my son, the youngest son, James, he says, "Mommy, go on and get in the car. Me and Daddy, we're gonna because it's cold. We're gonna get the groceries in." I was, yeah, fuck yeah. I felt so good about that. I didn't even tell him nothing, but he's observed that in me over many years, right? So there's a certain way that we should, as men, I'm talking about masculine men, should handle situations. And there's a way that we should treat women, even if they're emotional or even extremely emotional. That's why I didn't raise my voice, and I just, there's a lesson in that too for all of us. And some people say you should have went. No, that's not how you don't do things like that. But I was taken back because I don't have my wife. She don't talk to me like that. And if I was in the real world and any woman talked to me like that, I would just ignore her. Real talk. Just something for people to think about. I gave plenty of grace and showed an exuberant amount of patience. Thanks, you, Rob. Dr. Fratt said the client is paid from their attorney's account after the opposing law firm receives payment from the other party. Man, I would think it's settled out of court, but there's still lawyers involved. This is let me read that again. That's a good point. The client is paid from their attorney's account after the opposing law firm receives payment from the other party. Yeah, but is that different though if it's a settlement and it doesn't go to court? That's the question that I have. Again, the legal aspect of this, I'm not familiar with that. I'm not. That's not my expertise by any stretch of the imagination. But I still give Sister Mary Ann Lorient the benefit of the doubt. Right? Even after 4 hours. Okay. Yeah, thank you guys so much for patience and everything. I appreciate it. Thank you, Dr. Fratt. Xavier says all that yelling she was doing, she better show some receipts tomorrow, or it will be some Well, I believe she will. Okay, again, she got emotional. It happens in life. You know, I got emotional too earlier on before she came on. You know, it's just that this whole situation is triggering. You know, yeah. We'll see tomorrow, Xavier, and that's for everybody. And I'm not going into work. I already taken my boss. I just don't want to use PTO because I like saving it just in case if anything happened with the kids. But there ain't no way that I can make it to the work day tomorrow. I mean, I could try and go in part of the day, but it ain't gonna happen. Oh wow! Someone suggested that Frances, because she's out there, she could have taken that loan out for Umar. These women will do anything for this man. That's interesting. Yeah, that's real interesting. Yeah, Frances, she's out there, so ain't no telling. It could be somebody else out there. Wow. It's always something with Umar. Always. Thank you, Xavier, for the super chat. Princess says Lenon has remained respectful to Miss Mary Ann, and she didn't, but she didn't do nothing but yell and insult. Umar has really affected Mary Ann mentally. I think he's affected a lot of people mentally. I'm gonna tell you guys, one of the things that Umar has done for me is that he has provided clarity for me in terms of the things that I needed to do, and some things that I still need to do to be a better husband and father. And what I'm even last year with how he treated his daughter, you know, it's sometimes you can learn from what the wrongs that other people are doing, and so you say, okay, I'm gonna do even better. That's one thing. Umar's wrongs, it inspires me to do better, you know, and it's not that I'm doing bad, but that there is always room for improvement. The difference is that with Umar and the way that he lives his life, everything is just it's a bunch of bullshit, you know. And everywhere he goes, he creates bullshit. That's Umar. That's what he does. So yeah, I didn't, and I think that that's one of the reasons why people in the Cook chat reacted the way that they did. And the truth be told, and this is all in all fairness, I'm always fair that the Cook chat has been overwhelmingly supportive of Sister Mary Ann, overwhelmingly. Same thing with Sister Lene. You know, so if they see that things are going left and it's unnecessary, if y'all see that, then you're going to react and respond in the way that I would expect, and that's why we saw what we saw inside the chat room. I don't think that people took kindly to that. Not everyone, but there are people in the chat room who didn't take kindly to the exchange. You know, and I get that too. Thank you, Princess Jasmine. Andrea says, I believe in Mary Ann. We will see tomorrow. Yeah, we'll see tomorrow. And we'll see tomorrow. AB became a member. Thank you so much. We premiered the last segment of the documentary on Tuesday. We premiered that on Tuesday. Got a gang of views already. It's about an hour in, I want to say 40 minutes. And in my opinion, it's the best segment so far. And I've already started working on the next segment. Thank you, DB. Delmonic says, isn't he a citizen of Ghana? Do anyone think he funneled a lot of that donor money there? I think so. I think he's probably been doing it for quite some time. Conversion rate, you know, is massive. So who knows what Umar Johnson has planned, you know, for 3 or 4 years down the line when everything totally crashes out with this FDMG school scam. Ain't no telling. We'll just have to wait and see. But I think so. Okay, and then this is me speculating, but I have a sense that Umar has money in many different places. It doesn't mean that it's accessible all the time, but I think he's funneled money in different places, right? That's what I believe. Thank you for the super chat. All right, someone said 20 more. 20 more for what? Where we at on? Is it to get to? Oh, we're at 883 likes. Okay, let's see if we get to 900. Okay, thank you. Delmonic, Ike says, y'all worried about the check. The Dow is up 50. Okay. All right. Yeah. All right. I see your point. Thank you, Ike. Dr. Nene said, Lene wants to speak. Yeah, I saw it, but I don't want to do that here because everything else is going on. And I don't want to turn it into something else. My policy has always been to stay out of the interactions that take place with other people because my focus is on Umar. And again, I can't tell people what to do, but if they ask me for my advice, what I always tell people, and I've been doing this for many, many years, is to handle it offline and resolve it offline. And if you're unable to do that, just keep it moving. You know, it's a marathon, right? Thank you, Dr. Nene. But I did reply to, I emailed her back. Thank you. Yeah, I got the email. Thank you so much, Dr. Nene. Repentant says, hi, can you explain to the latecomers what's happened? I'll probably explain it by now. Okay. Someone today they posted on a video that I did where I interviewed Sister Mary Ann Lorient. And on that video, the person is at Hope Lou. On that video, they stated, that's not a real check. It says at the bottom of the check, disclaimer, this is not a real check. Why would she, meaning Mary Ann Lorient, lie about that? I didn't respond. What I did was I went and I looked up the check because I still have it, the picture of it. And I looked and yeah, it does say a disclaimer, this is not a real check. And I said, wait a minute, that's strange. And then there's a phone number on there too. And then I researched that phone number and it's associated with scams. And then I called the phone number. And that's where it was a voicemail, and it goes to legacy home buyers. So it still doesn't seem right to me. Something's going on. And so what I did was after I got that information, I sent all of that to Sister Mary Ann Lorient, and she didn't respond. But for the sake of the integrity of my channel, and I got to protect that no matter what. Yeah, people, you can either understand that or you can decide not to. It doesn't make me any difference. This is a marathon. So I got up here to present the information that I found, still believing that Sister Mary Ann Lorient would provide the receipts because I asked for some specific things in the message that I sent her. And after she came on, we had an exchange. And then she said that tomorrow she'll provide the receipts. And so we wait eagerly for tomorrow. Okay. Do I think she has a receipt? Yeah, I do. All right. We'll see. Thank you so much. And that's everything in a nutshell. LAUY says, Lenon, don't be so hard on yourself. There was no malice in your actions, and we all see it. Don't worry about it. But the next time, for the love of God, please triple check. Yeah. It's just that when we covered the check, it was real quick. You know, she asked me to pull it up because I went back and looked at that segment of the video, and she told me to take it down. So I took it down. You know, and I never went back to take a look at it until this person posted on my YouTube page today. Yeah. And right after they posted, I started looking into it. Right. So thank you so much for the kind words and the words of encouragement. I appreciate that. Okay, Broccoli, and I'm getting close down. I'm almost down to the bottom. Broccoli Broomlala says, but the check she provided couldn't have been the check she deposited. No bank is cashing a check with that fine print. I agree. So where's the real check? Well, that's what I was asking for. And I asked that quite a few times. You know, was there another check? Is that the check that you actually cashed? And from what she said, I thought, I thought she was explaining that is the check that she cashed. And that's concerning because of the nature of what's on the actual check. You know, it says pay up to. Everything else is redacted except for the disclaimer. This is not a real check. To receive your real cash offer, call this phone number. Yeah. It just doesn't seem like something that will be coming forth via a legal team or lawyers or doesn't seem right. We'll see tomorrow. Thank you so much. TJ says, Lenon is a man of integrity too, so you could have handled it better as well, Miss Lorient. Yeah, well, that could be the case, but again, I don't take offense. I just like I said, it's a marathon, and at the end of the day, my platform it's based on integrity. So I got to do what I got to do to maintain that integrity. I mean, it's that simple. There's no emotions attached to that at all. None. Thank you, TJ. Anonymous says, Mary Ann says she opened the account at Chase, cashed the check there, closed that account, then took the cash to Huntington Bank and made a deposit. How can you verify that the cash came from the settlement? Yeah, I thought about that too. That's another issue. It's tough. It is. If the account is already closed, then I thought about it. It could be a problem. But again, maybe she can go back to the old bank where she had closed the account and get the proper documentation. Because I would think that it's probably only one deposit and one withdrawal, right? Yeah. I thought about that. We'll have to wait and see. Man. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see tomorrow. Yeah, good point, anonymous lady. I appreciate the super chat. Everyone else too. Thanks for all the super chats. Xavier says, can she get the receipt from the bank online? Podcast gonna end on cliffhanger like the show. The show Lost. Yeah, me and my wife, we used to love that show back. Y'all remember Lost? Yeah, boy, that was, man, that was a really good show. That was such a good show. Yeah. I loved it. The button, don't push the button. Y'all remember that? And then that one lady, she was so annoying. She, Jack, all the time. She talked about Jack. Don't nobody want to hear all that. Yeah, it's a cliffhanger. We'll be back tomorrow, y'all. I got to take PTO, and I don't want to, but I got to do what I got to do. Go to Cookie Crush time. Thank you, Xavier. That's funny. Thank you. Conservative Unicorn says, Marianne was rude, and to blame it on being a woman is disrespectful. She sounds suspect. She won't even let Lenon talk. Yeah. Truthfully, yeah, it was rude. And she was extremely emotional. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. I don't. Like I said, I always give people the benefit of the doubt. I'll tell you all frankly that initially when I started to look into this, I said this ain't right. I was like, you know what, this right here, this can destroy not only my credibility with the documentary, but my credibility with all the work that I've done dealing with Umar. But I set that aside and I said, okay, let's give her the benefit of the doubt and let's bring this forward to the public, because if Umar gets a wind of this, then he can use this as leverage to discredit the documentary and discredit all of my work here on YouTube. And let me be clear, it wasn't an emotional decision. It was, listen, A or B. And I chose to come forward. And I stand by that. So in that context, yeah, I don't think that it's necessary. All the emotions were necessary, because I don't think that it moved things forward. But I think we got enough information for, at least for me, I've gotten enough information to feel confident that she'll provide the receipt tomorrow, and that this is it'll blow over. We'll see. Thank you, Conservative Unicorn. Lisa says, wow, she acting like you did something really unforgivable to her. I want you to know you didn't. May God continue to bless you. Well, thank you for that. And I did. I prayed before I got up on here, y'all. I sure did. I sure did. And like I said, if this goes left, I already know what I got to do. In addition to getting on here to apologize, I'll be apologizing to y'all. I'll be apologizing to Umar Johnson supporters, and I'll be apologizing to Umar. But that won't be it. Okay, because if it goes left, this will be the last time that I accept anybody on my platform, because I've been burnt like this so many times in the past. If it goes left, but I believe that this will be resolved tomorrow. Okay? So thank you for that. I appreciate it. Yeah, I think that this is a lot of that it's misdirected. This is just energy that needs to be directed to Umar, because Umar is the one that puts this whole situation into effect. This makes sense? But I can take that, you know, at least for a while, if that's what it takes to get enough clarity to have confidence to know that tomorrow this will all be resolved. So it is what it is. Thank you, Lisa. God bless you too. Yo, that money's that's money, my money, Mike. Cut it out. It says show improver. All right. Yeah, I think it's gonna be proven tomorrow. Okay. Well, thank you for super chat too. He said money, Mike. You funny. Says YS Square says keep your head up, and like you always say, karma is undefeated. Absolutely, it is. Absolutely. And time always tells the truth, but that's part of the karma. See? Do I think that she was deceptive with this? No. I just think that there are some things that just don't sit right and they don't seem right. That's all. Right? That's all. So let's clear it up and keep it moving. Thank you, Y Square. Xavier says being quiet and listen also improves sleep quality. Yeah, that's true. But I'm largely a listener. I know I get on here and I run my mouth, but I mainly listen. Like I don't really talk all that much. My wife, she'll tell you that. Me and my daughter were like that. One of my daughters, we don't talk all that much. My wife, she loved to talk. And I just be like, I was just listening. My other daughter, she loved to talk. And I just be listening. One of my sons, he loves to talk too. And then my my oldest son, he's kind of like me. He's like kind of laid back. He'll listen though, you know. No, I think for me the sleep issue is just with the work, my work schedule. It's been brutal for like 2.5 years. At my age, you know, but that's what I get. You know, you fuck up early on, you're gonna pay for it later on. So I gotta do what I gotta do. We're doing a lot better, and you know, over the last 3 years, I've made more money than ever. You know, each successive years, we've been blessed, but still, it's taking its toll. And but I recognize that that's where things are at right now. And so there's a lot of the sleep thing, but then also just stressors. You know, there's a lot of stressors, and I haven't been able to sleep well for a long time. You know, I may sleep good tonight though. Once I fall asleep, I even started taking melatonin too. I never did that, but I've been taking it, and sometimes it works, sometimes it don't. You know. Thank you, Xavier. What's up, Afropunk? Says tonight's negativity was orchestrated by Umarans. It's possible. It's possible. You know, the thing though, too, Afropunk, is I don't in the great race or the marathon, I don't see it as negativity per se. I just see it as something necessary that if it goes right, it's going to strengthen things. If it goes left, then it's going to be a problem. Okay, that's how I see this. But like I said, patience, you know, we'll see tomorrow. Thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate it. PJ says, that check can, I think you're saying can't be deposited. I think that's what you're saying. She said it was, from what I understood. Yeah, but it says on there, this is not a real check. So, hey, I think it's legitimate concern, most definitely. Thank you so much. Yeah, I like your hair, not to be, I should be talking like that, but your hair is nice. That's just, impulsively, I'd say, I apologize. Say, yeah, Lenon, he tripping now. Okay. Miss Controversy, your hair is nice too. All right. No Diddy, I'm just saying. Miss Gosberg says, I'm late, bro. What the hell is going on with Marianne? What check? Receipts about what? You don't know what's going on. I'm not gonna rehash. You're gonna have to rewatch this live stream, bro, because I've rehashed about 3 or 4 times. Okay, thank you for super chat. Andrea says, I understand why Miss Mary Ann. I understand why Miss Mary Ann. I had someone lie on me, and I was just as angry. Once I calmed down, I began to see clearly. I believe her. Yeah. And again, I said it in the beginning that I believe she's gonna provide. Well, what I said was I give her the benefit of the doubt, and I still do. Okay, so tomorrow I think this will be resolved, and then we'll move forward accordingly. And yeah, it's difficult. I think that there are people who they don't really care if they're being lied on, but I've always cared about that, because people have said all kind of crazy stuff about me, my wife, and in some cases my children. And I never appreciated that. I didn't like how that. I still don't like how that feels. So that's why I've been very careful on my platform, because I don't want even Umar. I know he's shady and he's a Sith Lord, but I don't want him feeling a certain way because people are lying on him, and that's why I wouldn't want to lie. I never have, but I wouldn't do that because I know what it feels like when people lie. They lied on all kinds of stuff, So that's why I give her the benefit of the doubt, and tomorrow we'll see, and then we'll go from there. We'll go from there. It's tough, it is, and really, for me, I was put in a position where I had to choose either to come forward and speak on this or not, and I thought about it. I prayed on it, and what I was supposed to do is exactly what I did. And for me, it's an issue of getting bringing it forward so that Umar doesn't use it to his advantage. That's all. Umar, you're not going to win one way or the other. You're going to be called to task one way or the other. It's inevitable. So this is a chess move. That's all. It's not personal. It's not emotional either. I know I got emotional, but that's for other reasons. Okay. All right. Thank you, Andrea. Chai says, you have the patience of a saint. Yeah, there's people, they've been saying that to me for years. That's one of the reasons why I don't really like doing show. And I haven't for a long time because we used to do call-in shows, but what I found was that it got too chaotic, and then people would start leaving the stream, and some people they weren't there for that. They want to hear. So at a certain point, I just stopped doing that. And a lot of times I would just sit back and just with patience, but it will run a show down. People stop showing up, the numbers go down, and again, the main event is Umar. He's the main character, and so the focus has been on him. It will remain on him. And then I'm just here to facilitate with the Cookie Crush chat. It's that simple. So yeah, there's people they should say that a lot about me, that you too patient, you letting them talk too much and blah blah blah. But that's just how I am. So the way I look at it is oftentimes when people talk, it's not just to be heard, it's also to get things off of their chest. And I can feel that. I can feel that. And so I let people do that. There's not to, I can't even say that. I signed an NDA for my job. I was going to tell you all the story, but I can't even do that. Anyway, yeah, I'm largely a listener. I run my mouth on here, but mainly I just listen. Okay. Thank you, Chai. Miss Controversy says, did she try to call Umar on three-way with you? Yeah. See, and I know I explained that before, but there are boundaries that I cannot cross. And I've been clear about that in my studies. Even at a certain point, I recognize in my studies that from a cybersecurity perspective, you have to set boundaries, because if you overstep certain boundaries or you do certain things that are out of bounds, or what I like to call beyond the scope, it can get you into trouble. See, I've never reached out to Umar. Never have. Out of all these years, he's reached out to me though. He's had his followers reach out to me, right? I got a death threat. What was that, about a month ago? Yeah, it was about a month ago. So I've had to deal with all kind of stuff, but I can't engage in that type of behavior. I just can't do it. And then I can't have my platform, people doing that on my platform either, because it compromises the integrity, but also it could put me in legal issues too. This makes sense without saying too much. So yeah, that's just it's simply beyond the scope. And I wouldn't allow anyone to do that. Brother, if you came on, if I had you on and you was like, such and such, blah, 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 I'm about to call. No, I would, no. Now, if you want to call him, you can go and call him, but I'm going to mute it. And then when you're done, let me know. I'll get you back on. And then again, the offer still stands for Umar. If you ever want to call on to my platform, I'll pay him. We'll debate FDMG, the legitimacy of it. 4 hours, $5,000. And we'll go step by step. We'll break the internet. But that would be an agreed upon interaction. See? Hope that makes sense. And he knows what he's getting into in advance. That makes sense? All right. Thanks, Mr. Controversy. Yeah, we totally shattered the super chat record. My goodness. Every time I keep saying we almost done. A lady says, this could be fraud, Mary Ann. If you cash that check, you are on the hook to pay it back, in my opinion. I thought about that too. In fact, that's what I sent her. I said, you shouldn't cash that check because it could be fraud. But evidently she cashed it and it worked out. But that's what I sent her. So again, it wasn't like I didn't believe her. I was more concerned that Umar owned some bull jive and trying to get her caught up. I wouldn't put it past him. He's a Sith Lord. That's what Sith Lords do, that kind of shit all the time. Y'all see Palpatine? They do. That's what they do. So that was my concern. Anyway, evidently she was able to sound like my mama. Evidently she was able to cash the check. All right. Thank you, a lady. And that's a good point too, by the way. Hey, Embrace Change. I ain't seen you in a while. Hope you're doing all right. Says much love, Uncle Lenon, Auntie Mary Ann, and the Cookie Crush cousins. Cookie Crush chat cousins. The CCCC. I like that. The Cookie Crush chat cousins. All right. Keep the focus on Umar. I agree. Verify. I agree. And keep it pushing. I totally agree. Good night, y'all. and there you have it. Yeah, very well said. Thank you so much. I totally agree with all that. Thank you for the super chat. Dr. Nadia said, Lenon, Legacy is a real estate company that buys homes. That was a solicitation to buy her home. That's what when I researched this, that's what I was thinking. I thought maybe it could have been, well, I guess it wouldn't be like the refinance. But I figured, hey, maybe if they're offering a loan, if she wants to renovate or something like that. That's what I was like, because I was trying to make it make sense in my own mind. But then I said, well, then why would this be coming from Umar? It just doesn't make any sense. Okay, and I think that's a legitimate concern, right? I'm going to call them in the morning and I'm going to ask them what types of loans. That's what I'll say. What types of loans do you guys offer? That's what I'll ask, and we'll see what they say, and then I'll report back to you guys and let you know. Okay. All right. And again, I want to reiterate, there's Legacy Home Buyers, and then there's also Legacy Home Buyers LLC. Okay. And Legacy Home Buyers is the one that's associated with that phone number because I called it earlier today. All right. Thank you, Dr. Nay. What's up, Information Man? Says, I feel bad about this situation. Don't know what to think now. Yeah, it's confusing. I'm gonna tell you what I think. I think that Umar is shady, and I think that Sister Mary Ann Lorient will provide the receipts to my satisfaction, and hopefully to everyone else's, and that this will blow over and we move forward. That's what I think. Right? Okay. Again, Information Man, you've been around a long time. The thing is that in my experience dealing with this whole Umar Johnson saga, I tend to put things on the spectrum. There are some things that they're not really a problem to me. There are other things that they're concerning. There's other things that, they can be kind of set aside for a later time. There's things that need to be dealt with right away. This is how I think. There are things that are extremely concerning, right? And those are the things that I tend to have to get on sooner than later. And then there's things that are like, man, this right here, this is, how are we going to handle this? That's very rare. That's very rare. But the point is that in the bigger scheme of things in this marathon, this Umar Johnson saga, it is a marathon. I think that this will blow over tomorrow. That's what I think. Okay. And I hope that it does. Okay. Thank you, brother, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Miss Confer says, Lenon, that's a bad ass camera. The Quick Crush chat bot. The Quick Crush chat bot for you. It's so bad that we can see where you are actually botting. Yeah, I know, but that's because I didn't have time to shave. That's why you talking shit. That's all because I talked about you earlier. Cut it out. Cut it out. That's because I didn't have time. You know, I said, let me jump in this shower. I was getting all these messages and stuff. I said, let me jump in the shower. I shaved right here, and I said, I ain't got time to cut, shave the rest. That's why I'm up here looking like Captain Picard. Looking like a black Captain Picard. All right. Thank you, man. Yeah, shout out to Mr. Confer. He always clowning me. It's all good. That's my boy. All right. Thank you for the super chat. 1115, as Mara says, Umar might have used the bandos as collateral with the loan sharks. Lenon, your integrity is, and thank you so much. I appreciate that. I didn't think about that. It's possible, man. But then this Legacy Homes, though, this is located. Why would he do that in Cleveland, though? Yeah. I don't know, but yeah, that's a possibility. Hey, listen, ain't no telling. He may have used equity in these bandos for other stuff too over the years. It's been 7. Probably my wife said, when you going to bed? So I ain't going into work tomorrow. She said, babe, it's late. You got to go to bed. Yeah. All right, I told her I'm going to have to take PTO tomorrow. See what she say. All right. Yeah, this is a really good possibility, and I'm not sure. Ain't no telling. See, Umar's such a shady person. He could have set all this up way in advance and got, someone brought up that one lady, I can't remember her name right now. She may be involved with this too. There's no telling. They could be working together. Someone who has good credit up over there, and then he brings some money to put down whatever. They take out this loan, and that's what they use to pay Sister Mary Ann, and that's why it's saying legacy home buyers, assuming that they would do a loan like that. I'm going to find out tomorrow. Okay. Yeah, that's a good possibility right there. And thank you too for the super chat. I appreciate it. Wymus says it could be that if Umar remains unhoused, he used her address to finance a settlement. She may not understand that marketing ploy is not a check. Yeah, this is interesting. Let me read that again. It could be that if Umar remains unhoused, he used her address to finance a settlement. You mean Sister Marianne Lorient? She may not understand that marketing ploy is not a check. See, that's what I'm saying. That was my concern. Now I see what you're saying, but that's what my concern was. I said, don't cash that check because it could be associated with a scam. Because when I looked up the number, that's the first thing that came up. But then I was able to find the number and called it, and then I was able to find the number online, and then I also called it based upon it being on a check, and it goes back to legacy home buyers. Yeah. Ain't no telling with this guy. My wife said you're playing hooky. Okay. Thank you, Wymus. I'm almost at the bottom, everybody. Black Wolf says, okay, nah. We have to understand all she has been through dealing with Umar, and then to hear people are online claiming she is a liar. She is hot. Yeah, of course she's hot. And again, I never called her a liar. I gave her the benefit of the doubt, and I didn't do that here on this platform. I didn't call her that. And like I said, I believe she will provide the receipt tomorrow, and that this will be resolved. But I also, listen, I understand from my vantage point that what I did in terms of getting on here tonight is that it's necessary, knowing how Umar is. If I don't do this, then he will take this into, who knows, he live streams tomorrow, and he comes up with the whole, how he does, he come up with the whole crazy shit. And then it totally destroys my credibility, my YouTube page credibility. It destroys my credibility with the documentary, and I can't have that, because when that drops, it's going to be a wrap. Mark my words, Umar. Thank you, Black Wolf. And I totally get it, because no one likes to be lied on. I've been through that so much. No one wants that. I totally get it. That's why I was patient, right? And calm. Shout out to Black Wolf. TJ says, bottom line, there is still no FDMG school. Yeah, you right about that. Ain't nothing changed on that, family. Thank you, TJ. Miss Honey says, earlier today, I was watching your members only video. Got to rewatch this in the morning. Okay, yeah. So we did a members only live, and we covered the next segment of the documentary. And in my opinion, it's the best segment so far. And I started working on, I already started working on the next segment, and that covers at least 2012. Okay, so I have a lot of work still ahead of me, but one day at a time. Okay, thank you, Miss Honey, for the super chat. This is from earlier. It's about I'm an hour late now. This was handled poorly on your end, Mr. Honor. Very disappointed. Well, I don't agree. I don't agree with you at all. All right. Yeah, I totally don't agree with you. Yeah, that's all I can say. Thank you for the super chat. James says, check your email. Yeah, I got that one earlier. Thank you so much. User 225 says, I'm watching this on a flight to Hong Kong. Why you go to Hong Kong? Hong Kong. Couldn't send super till now. This is crazy. To clarify, we're not disputing that she did get 68,000. No, I'm not disputing that. I just want clarity on the actual check, because there are discrepancies on there, and we're just asking for clarity. That's all. Thank you, and be safe on that flight. You're probably there by now. Okay. Thank you for the super chat. Coco says this will all be a positive outcome. I think so, but not now. I mean, it's going to take a while, but as long as this goes right, then yeah, I think long term this will definitely be a positive. Thank you, Coco. User 225 says, what would be the consequence of Mary Ann lying here? I don't think she is. And again, like I said, though, if this does go in the wrong direction, and I don't anticipate that it will, then I'll be up here tomorrow with public apologies to you guys. Like I said, to Umar Johnson followers and to Umar as well. And then I will be taking down all videos associated with anyone outside of specifically dealing with Umar. You know, I've been through this so many times over the years. And if this does go left, that will be the last straw for me. Okay. And it's really that simple. Okay. But I don't anticipate that it will. I think we're just going to be resolved tomorrow. Thank you, user 225. Tabia says, Mr. Honor, my question is, why so quick to go public? Why not really make an effort to get receipts? You praise her about bringing down Umar. Yeah, I've praised a lot of people over the years for assisting in the process of bringing down Umar. I explained this earlier, and you probably already heard it, but I'll restate this, that fundamentally, no matter what, I have to maintain the integrity of my YouTube page, and also have to maintain the integrity of the documentary that I'm working on. So this is to say that if this is not addressed right away, Umar will take this and use it to his advantage, because that's how he operates. So my approach is, let me make this chess move now so that Umar will not benefit later. And it's really that simple. See, again, the mission is the mission. And the mission will not be completed if integrity is compromised. And it's really that simple. Okay. Thank you, Tabia, for the super chat. I appreciate it. User 225 says, Umar Johnson got 68,000 for, we're not going to cut it out. Let's see. Jay Positive, do you think Umar took a loan out on the building? Someone that had suggested that earlier. It's possible. Yeah, it's possible, but we'll have to wait and see. I don't know how we will be able to determine that based upon the check that was cashed. But it's possible. I mean, it's possible that he's used equity on these bandos over the years to pay off stuff. That's possible too. Ain't no telling, because there's no transparency. So again, if ultimately, if Umar's ever going to be brought to justice, I think it's going to be dealing with the IRS. That's my opinion. And in that case, if the financials for these bandos, what he calls FDMG, if that comes into public record via discovery, then he's done. That would be it. Right. And then in that, we would see whether or not he took out loans or whatever. Ain't no telling with this guy. There's no telling. Thank you, Jay Positive. T. Jones says, this is the ups and downs of the Umar Johnson saga. Yeah, anyone who's been here for a long time, you know that. You've been a member for 62 months. You probably like got the record for membership. So you know what it is, you know, and people who are newer, you may not necessarily understand. That's okay too. That's okay. But people who've been here for a long time, you know what it is. Yeah. Proof, receipts over emotions. Absolutely. Bless everyone involved. Thank you for that. And then logic over feelings. Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you, T. Jones. And thanks for being a member for 62 months. I think that's the record right there. Okay, so you've been around a long time. You know how it go. All right, I'm almost to the bottom. Abdul says a check from Umar is Spalding. It bounces. A check from Umar is something. It bounces normally. Yeah, I'm sure it does with this guy. But she said that it actually cleared. So we'll see tomorrow. Thank you, Abdul. TJ says that check is faker than Umar's last FDMG open. When she said she was able to cash it, so it has to be real. We'll see tomorrow. Okay, I know I keep saying it. Thank you, TJ. Journey to the highest potential. This sounds like gaslighting. You simply asked if she cashed a check that's in the picture. Also, you said that you were giving her the benefit of that. Yeah, absolutely. And I don't want to get into that too much, but it was a simple question. That's all. Right. And it wasn't to suggest that she was being dishonest. I never said that. I simply asked for verification. And here's the thing. If someone asks me for verification and I have it, I'm not going to trip. I'll just provide it and keep it moving. Nothing personal. Ain't got nothing to do with emotions. It has to do with receipts. That's all. And again, we wouldn't be in this position if I had done my due diligence on that live stream and then I looked at that particular receipt and analyzed it in the first place. We wouldn't be in this position. So again, I hold myself accountable for that. See, that's where I messed up. Right. But again, this can all be resolved tomorrow. We'll see. Right. And then if it's not, I'll know what to do. Okay. Thank you. And it's really that simple. Okay. I'm setting emotions aside here. Okay. All right. And there's a place and time for that too. I get it, but this is just setting things, setting the emotional aspect of this aside, just being fully logical on this. Okay? Either A is going to happen or B is going to happen. If A happens, then I'm going to do this. If B happens tomorrow, then I'm going to do this. That's it. All right. Thank you. Journey to highest potential for the super chat. I appreciate it. Ms. Vertica says something just tells me that she's not on the up and up. Far too dramatic and over the top to begin with, much less the check. Yeah. Again, I give her the benefit of the doubt. That's all I can say, Ms. Vernica. Yeah, we'll see tomorrow. That's all I can say. That's all I can say. Thank you for being a member for 6 months. I appreciate it. LeBron sent me a super sticker. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I only got a couple more here. Okay, here we go, real quick. Don't let this distract us from the fact that Tuesday passed and Umar Johnson didn't apply for the certificate of democracy. At least he hasn't updated people, so we don't know. He's the real liar here. Cook said we stay on his neck. All right, we ain't got to do the Shango part. Thank you, Dubai. All right. 606 says if she made a deposit, she would have been given a deposit slip. Yeah, where is it? Why can't she show it? Then she may show that tomorrow. I think that's what I asked for in my message to her and also in my statement. I said I forwarded all my findings to Mary Ann and I'm waiting to hear back from her. I will be asking to see a copy of the actual check, law firm documents, and deposit slip to confirm the legitimacy of Mary Ann's claim about receiving a settlement in the amount of $68,600. Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see tomorrow. Okay. Thank you, 606. U225 says Lenon's integrity shine like his shine. I'm sure it's shiny now. Huh? All right. Thank you so much, U225. Darth Maul E. Fatuna. Yeah, he's a Sith Lord. That's real talk. Thank you, White Must. I appreciate it. Lewis Lux says you have a channel to protect. If you hadn't addressed it, you could have looked bad in my eyes. Yeah, and if I would have looked bad in your eyes, that's a problem. Again, you've been around for a long time. You've been very supportive. A lot of y'all been around for a long time. Been very supportive. It's not just. I have to say this. It's not just my integrity and my YouTube page integrity. and the documentary integrity. It's also about the integrity of the chat room. I know we goof off, but listen, we're dealing with someone who he's diabolical. And he's always, this is Umar, he's always looking, he's a predator. He's always looking for the weakest link. So I can't have that on my YouTube page. I can't have that. And yeah, I would have been looking goofy, real goofy. And if I'm looking goofy to you and you're willing to say that, you know, fuck all the other stuff, people. I don't care. You can say what y'all want to. You could have handled it better. You should have did this. It's not your YouTube page. You're not in my position. You ain't been at this as long as and you ain't seen the types of things and dealt with the type of shit I've had to deal with. Real talk. So thank you for saying this, because you saying it that, okay, yeah, real talk. So you can't just take everyone at face value in the name of not liking Umar. Balls in her court now. Yeah. Well, I believe she will deliver tomorrow. Yeah, I believe so. All right, and I said it earlier. She provided receipts on other stuff. This right here, though, it needs to be clarified. That's all. That's all. Thank you, Lil Stuck, and thank you for saying that. Okay, that's real talk right there. Shay, hey, how you doing? I ain't seen you in a while. Hope you're doing all right. Sent in a super sticker. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Hope you're doing all right. Yeah, she has been around for a long time too. I think I got 4 more. 606 says, I don't get how you disrespected her. You asked a question about the check she provided. Where's the disrespect? You called a spade a spade. Yeah, I don't feel like I've disrespected anyone. I don't feel that way. Do I feel like she was being disrespectful? Yes. But do I take it personal? No. I think tomorrow around this time, hopefully, all this will be cleared up. And it's really that simple. It's really that simple. You know, I'm still learning lessons though too. You know, and I think I'm seeing more clearly now than ever. And depending on how tomorrow goes, I got some tough decisions to make. No, real talk. Yeah. Thank you, 606. I appreciate it. Jazz says, bro, you handled this the best you could. Yeah. I mean, it wasn't easy, but I think I did the best that I could, and I think it was absolutely necessary. You know, absolutely. Thank you for the super chat. Okay, we're almost done here. Lewis Suck also says she wasn't disrespected. She was confronted with information that she showed online. Lenon looked further into it, and it didn't add up. For her to react so negatively is telling in my eyes. Listen, I still believe she's going to deliver tomorrow. I still believe that she's going to show the receipt, and then this will be it for this aspect of the saga. It's a marathon. There's always going to be something else. But yeah, I simply asked for verification, and I had to bring it to the forefront. I've already explained why, and we'll see tomorrow. You know, I don't know what else I can say. You know. Real talk. Let me close out this poll. My goodness gracious. What do you think about the check? We have 2,313 votes, 15 votes. What do you think about the check? 10% said it is legit. 27% said it is suspicious. 21% said it appears to be fake. And then 42% said, I don't know yet. All right. So let me go ahead and close that out. In my opinion, it's suspicious, and that's why the clarity needs to take place. Okay. I'm going to close that out now and then let me look at the likes. Did we get to 900? Oh, we got to 935. Cool. Okay. Thank you so much. Boy, this was a rough one. Goodness gracious. Thank you, Lewis, for the super chat. I appreciate it. User 225 says, Sister Mary Ann, are you a nurse? I need you to help me get this. No, don't do that. You tripping. You talking crazy. Blizzard says, Umar isn't the rightful owner of the property, so he can't take out on. Well, the thing is that Umar, through his corporation, yeah, you're right. Technically, he's not the owner of the property. He's incorporated. He has a business entity. We'll just say it that way, and that is what owns. But he's the only one on the board of directors. Okay, there's no accountant or any of that kind of stuff. It's just Umar. So again, I see what you're saying. It's an important point that's being made here. Legally, he's not the owner, even though he says my school. But the business entity is structured to where, and he has total power, so he can do pretty much whatever he wants to. Now, would he be able to get a loan out on the? Yeah, maybe, maybe not. But if someone also suggested that he may have one of these women or a group of them that's gone in for the loan, it's possible too. I don't know. It's a big mess. But everywhere Umar go, everything he does, it's a big old mess. Thank you, L Blizzard, for the super chat. C Bar says you can apologize, but a scar lasts forever. Lenon, give her an Oscar. Yeah, I don't want to do that. You know, I and thank you for the super chat. And that's the last one. Listen, I'm a rational person, and yeah, I can get emotional too. I'll just say I'm learning. I'm still learning. Okay, that's all I can say. Yeah, you got your joke off. I got you. All right, thank you for the super chat. All right, everyone. Thank you so much. I will be back on tomorrow at some point. I'll be taking off from work, and we'll see what happens tomorrow. As soon as I get word on the receipts that Sister Mary Ann says that she's going to provide tomorrow, I'll be up on here to report on it. And then, depending on how things go, we'll move on from there. I want to thank you guys so much. I want to thank everyone in Cookie Crush Chat. Thank you for all of your support. I know this was heavy, and I sincerely hope, and I'll be praying on this, that all of this resolves itself in due time, and that we can all move forward in the Umar Johnson saga. Every once in a while, it's not even every once in a while it happens, but it's just I tend to stay away from it's been a lot, you know, and that's why I've been very careful. I tend not to promote people anymore. I tend not to have people on my platform anymore, you know, to speak and all that stuff. Last year was a special type of situation, and no matter what, I have to protect the integrity of my YouTube page, of this documentary. I have to protect my own integrity, and then also got to protect the integrity of the chat room. You know, because this is a marathon, and I'm not here to sprint. Okay, I'm steady with it, one day at a time. Thank you guys so much. Thanks everyone for all of the super chats. We shattered the record for that. Thank you guys so much, and I'll hope that tomorrow will be a lighter day for everyone involved. Okay, thank you guys again. Shout out to the moms for handling business. Shout out to the Cookie Crush Chat, and I love y'all, and I mean that sincerely. Okay. I appreciate each and every one of you, and I'm tired. I think I'm gonna sleep good tonight. Maybe this is before I can give me some good sleep. This happened because I'm exhausted now. It's all good. Okay, God is good, and I love y'all. Talk with y'all soon. Take care. Peace.